Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, October the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading rooms. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me, see my screen. Somebody in YouTube maybe can help me out also, just to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. So I've been so let's talk about this Rani, guys. It's a great looking press release, obviously. So they are getting $10 million up front, some kind of a deal with a Japanese company with, potential to 1 billion. I mean, that is the eye-catching press release, of course. I've actually been looking at this, trying to get into it. I like the way it's holding the VWAP so far. There is room for it to run. If I looked at a monthly chart. Look at the volume, 85 million only, and 47 million in the float. So this is already almost as traded. The float will double. Thank you, guys. Wow, thank you very much. Three of you in YouTube. I mean, you can hear me and see my screen. So that's the Rani. I'm really, really watching this. Almost took it right here, but I backed off. It's actually shortable for me too at Interactive Brokers. Not that I think I want to short it, but there are shorts available. Excuse me. Now, I have to admit, I was totally oblivious to all the stuff that's happened. I'd never even heard of the First Brand, like some kind of a bank to the automotive sector. Is that right? I had no idea that it collapsed a while back. No idea. And that, because yesterday when we were looking at CRE, KRE, Regional Banking ETF, it had a horrible day yesterday through the 200-day moving average. A little recovery today. So I started looking at some of the earnings plays today. Now, again, not living in your country, I'm assuming your country, meaning the United States, I'm assuming that Ally is considered a regional bank. And some of these, like FNB, TFS, TFC, these are all kind of regional banks, right? RF. As regions, so I'm going to assume these are regional banks. Anyway, they have all released, and at least they're not all cratering. Link to the main room, sure, James. Just give me a moment. Thank you, Obi. So yeah, so those are regional banks that they're all earnings plays today. That's why I'm bringing them up. So at least they're not all cratering, like Zion and a few of the other ones. So James, if you click on my homepage link, just give me a moment. James wants to come into the moment. Okay, just okay. James, come into the main room. So you click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit, and on the right here, trading room. Okay, that's how you get in. Okay, guys, I've nibbled on the Rani. Check this out. This 150. Well, that's the high. That's the high today. 152 in the pre-market. Art. Another one here, guys. Art TV. Haven't really. They had some news too. Okay, so they did have some news. This is fast track designation by the FDA. Okay, number one. But we've got some of the brokerages or analysts piling into this one. Now, Wedbush, Wedbush has put a $23 price target on it. Cantor Fitzgerald put a 10, and Wainwright has put a 12. So, the stock's sitting at 570. So Wedbush is very aggressive in this one. Not, they're not necessarily going to go there, of course, but can't hurt. Yeah. So Jeffrey, I noticed because I read a little press release about it that it wasn't as bad. This is Jeffries you're talking about, right? Now I can't. Oh, wait a minute. Give me a moment. I'm on the wrong headline. Just give me one moment. But I don't even recall it happening. Yeah. So this is what you're talking about, right? Suggesting that it's fund connected to First Brands is separate. from its investment banking business. And you don't trust it? Yeah, I just don't even, is it a public company? Is First Brand was or is First Brands a public company? Anyway, let's keep going, guys. So this Art TV, oh, sorry, ARTV, RTV, this is what I'm talking about, okay? Target raised to 23. So Wedbush was looking at this one even before, and they had a target of 18, and now they've raised it to 23 based on that FDA fast track designation. PDIC Dreamland. Okay, underneath a dollar. So those of you, well, if it takes out a dollar 12, you can kind of see what could happen. I'll put a price alert there. You talked about JTB quants. Look at you talk about a round trip. Look at SMR yesterday, guys. Remember at the beginning of the day, these and the other quants were really, well, these are the nukes. Sorry, this is a nuke. But look what it did. Got up to $57, and it closed down here at basically $10, a $10 drop from the high. Hearing BZAI on the move here. BZAI on the move. Blaze. 2 days ago got up to 680. Yesterday it did get up to 664, but sold off. All right, Randy. Take out 150 and you can have a real big winner. What else? XRTX is another one that has some news. Up on an acquisition that they've done. Yeah, so this is up on some acquisition that they've done, but look at that. It was up to 177 and right back down to 117. So kind of deflating. Yeah, where there's one cockroach, there are more. Remember IVF, guys, yesterday? The big excitement about this one got up to, what did it get up to? $2. Up to $2 yesterday. And it came from about 71 cents, almost a triple, and then right back down. Okay, KZR. No, that's nothing. Okay. See if there's any actual news on this one other than I don't see any news on it. How's that 1 minute chart working for you today, Monica? I know you were saying you had some problems yesterday intermittently. How's it working today? So the market is basically flat right now, guys. The SPY is up 7 cents. Good. Okay, glad to hear. But speaking of brokerages, my broker is down 2% today. This is an earnings play for Interactive Brokers. This is my broker. Well above the 200-day moving average. You know, when I looked at XLF, I mean, I haven't looked at the We really looked at the financials, but look at this. I mean, there's XLF guys, and approaching the 200-day moving average after being well above it for months. So approaching the 200-day moving average. We're starting to see little cracks here. And speaking about a crack, look at Bitcoin now down to $105,000. So take a look at IBIT. Buenos dias, Carlos. Yeah, look at IBIT from the high of what about say a week and a half ago of 71, 59 now. Okay, guys, I've taken some off of the Rani just in case it cannot take out 150. That's the RANI. I've been taking a pre-market trade for quite a while now. Yeah, I did see this ELBM, Obi. ELBM, pretty a ride. I mean, what 1, 2, 3 days ago got up to 873. It closed though. I don't know where it closed. I see the little maybe it closed all the way down here, but and then the next 3 days just absolutely, but basically even underneath the low of that big day. Hard to have a lot of confidence. VHC, that's the one I was looking at. Yeah, you got some kind of a government contract. Is it still in the top? Is it still up 12%? These are the top ones, guys. Top 15 in terms of there you are, VHC. So it had some kind of a government contract. Internet X gets a long-term USGSA cybersecurity contract. No disclosure in terms of how much, but that's the low float, 3.7 million in the float. Well, the one that was down about 10% yesterday, trying to have a little pop here, guys. So Zion, underneath the 200-day moving average, trying to have a pop. Yeah, I mean, it's up 5%. Actually, they don't have earnings until next week, October 20th. They don't have earnings until next week. That was a $50 million write-off, yeah. Okay, well, I'm out of the Randy completely now. I'll take a look at it if it gets over 150 later. It did okay, nothing fabulous. Talking about the RANI, really hoping it would crash through that 150 mark. Very possible though. It's still holding the VWAP, I believe. Yes, so the VWAP is rising a little bit. So the VWAP's about 120. Again, it's all about the press release. Remember, it's potential of up to 1 billion, but what traders are like. All they do is they say, "Great, they're going to get $1 billion." They did get 10 million up front. Better if it's about 1 million in the float instead of 47 million. So today, when I look at my gap ups, the last few days, my gap ups have been full, and the gap downs hardly any. But look at this. I mean, I don't know if it's equal. Ooh, not quite. I mean, the gap downs are definitely. Wow. Yeah, look at a lot more gap downs this morning. Yeah, quite a few gap ups, but a lot more gap downs this morning. But the market is still flat. Okay, well, let me take a look at energy. I've already looked at a couple of the financials, XLF, which is getting close. So energy, the energy sector, XLE, this is underneath the 200-day moving average. So it cracked it a couple of days ago, and now it's still underneath it. I'm sure consumer staples must be, well, actually, consumer staples is creeping back towards it. Had a, the down day yesterday, but it's been creeping back towards that 200-day. Might be a good idea just to take a look at them all. I haven't looked at them all for a while. All of them have been so well above the 200-day moving average. But looking at financials, that's a little scary. XRT, so this is retail, still above. They're all probably they're all going to be basically above, but creeping down a little bit towards XLC. See, when I was looking at this like weeks ago, I couldn't even see the line. It's now still well above. This is communications. XLK. Oh, Ronnie. Okay. All right. Well, let's see if this has a bit of a rush over 150 now. So where was I at? XLK technology, XLK. Yeah. So this is still well above XLI industrials, still well above. And then consumer discretionary still above. But what materials are doing XLB. Yeah. So I thought so. XLB is testing that 200-day moving average also now. Okay. Testing it. Closed above it a little bit, but and utilities. Yeah, so this is interesting. This is what we call maybe the flight to safety, dividend bearing stocks. And when the market gets a little jumpy, you see a lot of these sort of these sort of stocks, these utility stocks that have dividends, etc. People start to wait. Yeah, that is, I mean, probably this is the best sector right now. I mean, just look at this sector right now. Best in terms of a strong trend up. And I'll take a look at the semis, SMH. Pretty strong still. Semis are still very strong. Yeah, I got back into Rani. Let's see if this works out for me. RANI. Well, WHJO, etc. I don't know who you are, but first impressions, man. Like, who cares? We care. Okay, people discuss different things in this trading room, and so how is BTC? How is it relevant to trading today? Well, some will find it relevant. So the fact that you don't, fine. But if that's your first, I don't know if you've been posting before in another pseudonym, but all right, guys, what time is it now? 9:19. So still a couple of minutes. I'll keep this up and running until I'll wait a little bit. No, you're in general market talk. Can't you see? You're in general market talk. General market talk. Okay. This is specific stocks only. The other one, that's where you would go. You want to talk about a specific stock. Okay. Okay, anything else sneaking in here? ACHV? Yeah, I mean, it's just because of the 1 billion, PJ. It's just because of the 1 billion in that press release. And I think those traders are going to be looking at that. But that's all. Believe me, I have my finger on the submit button. And what you can't see, I mean, I have this thumbnail on my other monitor, okay? So, so it's not like I have to have it here. I have it on my other monitor. EQX. That was- I thought, no, this is Equinox. So gold, I don't know if gold stocks are, I took a look at gold just generally. If gold is starting to fade just a little bit here. And, not really. A lot sort of, I mean, sort of. After hours, it was still ripping higher. So a little bit of a fade here, but still positive. Well, basically, wait a moment, guys. I'm hearing grow, guys. GRO, Brazil Potash. Okay. Yeah, Art V, just because of well, Wedbush especially putting a $23 price target on it. Bad news. Okay, did have some news. FDA fast track them. So that was the news. Happened after hours yesterday. Okay, guys, it is now 9:23. So what I'm going to do is get my layout, my 9:30 layout up and running. Now, just so you guys know, this is a short day for me. I have to take off at well, probably at noon. Okay, maybe a little after, but I have to. But it's a short day for me. I have an appointment that I cannot get out of. So what'll happen is Steve will take over in our YouTube room, and then he'll have to shut. He'll be shutting YouTube down when he's done. The main room can keep open, of course, for as long as William wants to keep it open. Or maybe, I suppose. Keep it clean there, RB. Okay, so William's saying that he'll keep the room open till maybe 3:30, depending on how active the market is. So even when I leave, he'll it should be open for probably another 3 hours anyway. Market, the room, the trading, not YouTube. YouTube. If you want to, you can always come into the main room. So these are the top six now, guys. Here's the Randy Art V. These are the top six. We've already talked about them. So again, this is the same as the pre-market actives up that you saw before, except these are just the top six of them. Well, okay. So the high last week for ELBM was around 240. So I mean, it's challenging it, but that is a disaster. Well, great and then disaster in terms of the trading for ELBM. I think it's a clearer picture with the daily chart. Look at that. Big, big, big sell off the last 3 days. Yeah, that's what I was, was looking. I wanted to check those regional banks. And yeah, a lot of regional banks this morning releasing earnings. And there's KRE, so modestly up right now. Regional bank ETF modestly up, still below the 200-day moving average. I'll put a price alert there, okay? And let's see if it may not happen today, and let's see if it happens at all in the next little while. See if it takes out, gets back up above that 200-day moving average. All right, guys, give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. I've got this IMS thumbnailed mother monitor. Very active stock, of course. The last 3 days below yesterday's low now, but trying to crawl back a little bit here. HIMS. Hey guys, I took myself out of the Rani. Basically, so for the two trades, basically flat. So what I'm going to do now is I will put a first alert a little over 150. I had a little bit of profit up here, but I was looking for a lot more. So I have a price alert up here around 155, I think. Takes it out later. I may hop back in. So I completely dismissed the ELBM, and that was the one I should have taken. Just because of the trading over the last little while. Well, there you go. ELBM now is above. Why do I have a price alert there? I think that's above the last week's high. Yeah, right there. Well, above this area here anyway. So it's on the move, guys. I don't see any news on it today. I mean, I don't know what they do. Cobalt? Does anything to do with cobalt? Because I mean, there's a headline. This is from a couple of days ago. U.S. cancels $500 million cobalt tender and critical minerals blow. So I don't know if they had anything to do. If ELBM has anything to do with that, it's a miner. Maybe they mine cobalt. I don't know. All right, guys, we're open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody, or end of this trading week. Okay. Let's see what happens. Hard for me to get. I mean, this Honda, HOND, this Honda or HCM Two, Acquisition Core. It's been super active. I cannot remember if they determined who they're acquiring. Okay, here's Palantir, guys. PTI, well, not Palantir. This is the ETF for Palantir. If you think Palantir is going to recover somewhat, it's a two timer. But right now, it's moving down. So yeah, some of this AREV in the pre-market just getting destroyed. Okay, at least this has got some SLNH guys. So big one yesterday. We got up to 516, closed down here at 4. So it has just got halted again. Well, not again, for the first time today. I believe it was halted several times yesterday. We're talking about the SLN8. So let me show you this. So this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen that you see or blue window that you see. So there's the halt price of 390 for SLN8. This column trying to show you maybe where it could open. Maybe where it could open. No big clue yet. 391. Typically, they are 5-minute halt. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:36 plus 7 seconds. And there's a big pullback now for ELBM from 260 to 270 down to 230. Should have mentioned earlier, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. That'll let things settle down a little bit. Now, obviously, I did take the two trades in the pre-market, but it's sort of a different animal. Earnings play, guys. LBRT is an earnings play. So the room does it have? A little bit of room. Now did this get halted on the way up? VHT? Yes, it did. So VHT got halted on the way up. The relative volume, 5,700 times normal right now. You can see why, because it doesn't really trade that much till today, right now. So that's like 5,200 times normal up to this time of day. And some kind of a government contract. So in this case, 27. So here's your halt price, 26.44. Potential open in the 27 range. See how this LNH is doing. So yesterday's high. So obviously it has room. Yesterday's high was around 514. So ah, you know what? I forgot to keep watching that one. Cracks back to 200. I had a thumbnail, but yeah. So this was the big one from yesterday, of course. Had a big sell-off. 205. No, it wasn't bad news or anything. It was just, I mean, people taking profit, I guess, but it went from as high as 205 yesterday. Wow, that was a big sell-off. Well, trying to find a way to short this, and I just sort of missed the boat, to be honest. Keep an eye on the rand, guys. RANI, so it gets back over 150. Remember, there were some really lofty price targets put on this one yesterday. Here's one of them, raising it from 155 to 350 by Guggenheim. This is for the facts. There were several. Chardon raised it to 330 from 80. They were following in this one before, and now to 330, and that's Chardon. So we still doesn't mean it's going to get there, but if you want to, it doesn't hurt if you're in this one a lot earlier. Okay, the market is basically flat. This is what the SPY is doing. Okay, so down 20 cents, a little drop at the beginning, but basically flat right now. The Dow is up, Dow is up, and the Qs are basically flat, and the SPY is basically flat. So right now, no devastation yet. Oops, forgot to get rid of this. Hey, here, guys. Here's Wolf, not WU, but the real Wolf, WO. All right, SLNH resumed, and well, interesting. Now, listen, if it takes out that 390, I may get in it. Sort of setting up the way I sometimes take stocks out of vaults. So give me a moment as I watch it. Interesting though, it did not. Most of the time, many times, the first halt is good in that when it resumes, usually it's above the halt price. But in this case, no, and that's a pretty big drop now, percentage wise. I will put a price alert up here though, just in case. Really, a 157 offering. Well, that's not bad, really. I mean, for Prax, I mean, why not? Raise a lot of money. Remember, this was a not getting punished for that, unless that was just announced. Where do you see that? Just want to see, I'm just wondering. I'm not doubting it. I just want to see. Here we go. Got 3 million shares. So this was this morning. So yeah. So you know what? Shareholders are saying, you know what? Good job. This was 57 stock 2 days ago. And so to be able to raise money at $157, good job. Planet Labs. Let's take a look at this one. Well, obviously it's got room, guys. 1558. 1558 was the high yesterday. Moving like a lot of stocks now are probably looking like mini recovery modes. We got a lot of stocks with a daily bar. It's going to look like this: a red daily bar. Shady's in Krev. Let's take a look at Krev. I don't see it anywhere. 457. Okay. Yeah. Well, so far, yeah, it's a little bit above that, and it's got some room. Yeah, up to $5. What do they do? Manufacturing carbon fiber wheels. Okay. In Dublin, low float. Yeah, 1.8 million in the float. Look at the volume, 20 million. If they had any news, I didn't see this one in the pre-market. Really didn't do too much in the pre-market. When I say that, I mean it didn't crack the top 15 stocks. That's all I mean. It's not that it did nothing in the pre-market, but percentage-wise, it wasn't in the top 15. Well, look at HIMS, guys. 58 down to 55. 58 down to 55 for HIMS. Another active one this past couple of weeks. EVAC halted on the way down. EVAC's halted on the way down. How's that SLNH doing? Is it challenge? Well, guys, it could challenge us now at high. And it's got all sorts of room. The bank guys, so yeah, so we're seeing some of the banks are doing not badly. Some of these regional banks, I'm assuming HBAN is another regional bank, not too badly, not getting hammered anyway. I mean, again, most of these regional banks are going to look, most of the bank stocks are probably just going to look like this with that daily candle, yesterday's daily bar or candle, depending on what you're using. All right, guys, Kezar. Okay, so VHC just got halted on the way down. Yeah, just got halted on the way down. Still, I'm going to watch the Rani still. See if it takes out 150. RANI. Grinder. Okay. All right, Tony. So Tony in our YouTube room just started with the money machine. Can you help with the setup of that? Okay, I can show you what you can do. It's be up to you what you want to, the strategy you want. But if you just started with it, I would just look at the canned ones just to get a feel for how it works. So you should have this. Do you have the Brokerage Plus screen up and running? So I'm talking to Tony in our YouTube room. Do you have this Brokerage Plus screen up and running? Or at least that's the first thing you have to do, right? You have to click on, okay, good. So the next thing to do is you go to the money machine settings. And here's where you can basically set up how you want to, you want maximum three at a time, position size, 5,000. I mean, what I would do is just use the default, okay? You can always change these things later, but what will happen is you'll only be in three at a time, maximum. You'll assign $5,000 to each trade, okay? I would just do this right now. And then the only thing you have to do then is, you see strategy, you got to pick a strategy. And these are the ones that are here, okay? Just pick one of just to see how it works. Ultimately, you'll be able to bring in your own strategy and trade it, okay? But just if you're just brand new to this, I would just pick one of them. It doesn't really matter which one, just to sort of get an idea about how it works, okay? So if I pick, upside, pullback, pick up, okay? And I'll save the profile again. And then it's ready and start the money machine. Just start, okay? Once you've picked it and you just start the money machine, the account has to say TI paper trading. It should say that, should be defaulting to that. And if I start the money machine, you're going to see a bunch of symbols down here, and it's going to automatically take three of them. Well, assuming now, I may have picked one that is not very active today. Okay, let me do another one. Okay, maybe that one is just not that active. About big momentum rider. Okay, big momentum rider. I'm going to start the money machine. Okay, so you see you don't see the symbols yet. There they are. So it automatically took these three right off the bat. Okay. And now you can control this. You can control how long you want to hold it. There is a stop that you can put in. But what I would be doing is just watching to see how this trades. And you manually get out of things that aren't working, perhaps, or if it's made a big profit for you, this is all in simulation mode, of course, but it's best served if you manually watch. So if I exited this one next, if I exited this one right now, what would happen is you would see close and another one would come in automatically. So that's kind of the gist of it. Okay, Tony? Okay, makes sense? That's the gist of it, okay? I mean, that's how I would start, just to see how it works, how it's taking trades. So let me do this. Um, I'll get out of the you wanna get out of a trade, so I left click and I highlighted it, and then I flatten. So if I get out of that trade, okay, I'm out of that trade, and it'll take another one. Now, I guess what happened is it got out of the other one because it hit a stop. You can, do something like this too. You look at the money machines. Um, well, I'm surprised it did do that. You can put exit position. There was a stop. So if I click on that, so what's happened is that no other stock has really met the filter requirements to get to take another stock, I guess. Okay. Closed, open is next. So why you're not seeing anything more in here, remember, the there it's a set of, filters in this particular, strategy, the big momentum rider, and so as we said, so obviously the filters were met again for ABVE, so it took the trade. So you see how it works, okay? Speaking of next, here's next up here. Ultimately, for it to work well for you is, you'll probably have to create some kind of a strategy, okay? I don't mean today, okay? Just let it run like this. You can try the other strategies that are in there. But ultimately, if a person is really going to make a decision that, yeah, I really want it, if it gets a release, remember now, it has not been released so that you can actually trade your account with it. It's still in simulation mode, and there's no time frame really on when that'll happen. And I will say if it happens. I mean, I'm going to be positive, but this is why it's called an alpha right now, not even a beta release. All right, guys. So look at the hymns. I mean, I haven't been able to. Looking at this one really closely this morning, but I did not, unfortunately, did not take that short. Look at that. So this is another regional bank ETF, I guess. Not, I guess I know it is KBE. I don't know what is the. Well, let's take a look at KRE. I don't know what the big difference is. This has traded only 860,000 shares. So let me take a look at KRE. See what the yeah. So this is a bigger one, I guess. Traded 8 million shares. I don't know what the difference exactly is between KRE and KPE. Other bank guys, UBC, not an earnings play today, but another bank. Yeah, so glimmer of hope today anyway for these regional banks after getting shellacked yesterday. So there's a SPY now. SPY is now through the 200-day move, through the VWAP, that purple line on my chart. That is the VWAP. Okay, so it's now through it. Let's see if it can maintain that and maybe go on a bit of a run today. With a bank, I think, CFG, yeah, Citizens Financial Group, other bank. I love to take some of these, but it's just that they've had little pops here, but this is still looming. So Reddy looks like a no-go now, guys. There's Zion, the big trying to come back from yesterday's devastation, $50 million write-off. Interesting one. This is from RAI, guys. All-time high. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Disc Medicine Iron. Hmm. All-time high now. All-time high. But the spread is not, well, believe it or not, it tightened up a little bit. It was about $2. So for a $91 stock, I mean, it's still about a dollar, or a little less than a dollar now. I mean, it's not horrible if the stock is going to move, $3 or $4, but all right, another one just got halted or resumed, guys. SNSE on the way down, though, since how did that SLNH should it come back up? Not yet. Maybe never. And when I say never, I mean today. So this is ARA that just got hammered down, and now it's starting to move back, but it's still down 23%, just got halted on the way up. ARED. Keep an eye on the ART V, guys. Keep an eye on the ART V. It's challenging six. The ART V right here, when I raise. I'm going to go over these races, guys. So this time is at 9:53. So I'm going to go over this race, but I'm going to go over the concept of racing. I think it's a very well, it's very interesting, and it's also I think it can help people who are new to trading. But even if you're not new to trading, it'll create a watch list for you for the whole day. All customizable. Okay, that's the whole idea of the racing. It's all customizable, so you can see what you want to see. Hmm. No, it's an AI alert. I don't like the fact that that 429 is right there. I mean, I mean, if I took it right now at 406 and I got right to 429, great. But I don't have that faith. But is there news? Trading higher after the FDA awarded the company a Commissioner's National Priority Voucher for this drug as a treatment of nicotine dependence. Nobody still smokes in this room, right? Hard to see anybody smoking now. Okay, there's the SLNH guys. Okay, well, Tony, just give me a moment, okay? So, yeah, this is an error message I always get. So in the machine settings, I don't know where the stop is, but there is going to be a stop that's automatically created, okay? I can't tell you where the stop is for each one of these. I don't know how they're, it could be the low of the day. I don't know. And it could change for each one of these strategies, okay? But that's all you have to do. If you want to have some kind of an auto stop, if it hits it, you just check that, okay? So I can't tell you on each one of these where the stop is. I wonder if I add that column. Just give me one moment, okay? Okay, guys, so I'm back. Oh, I see. The stop and exit settings. Oh, I see. I don't. Okay, there you go. There you go. So you've got a stop price. I'm not an expert in this, okay, Tony, because I don't use it. Now, you know who is an expert? Will be if you hang around till at least noon. But there, I guess that's it. So you have a trailing stop. I don't know what rank adjustment minutes means. I have no idea. But at least, so here's how you can control it. The reason I'm not an expert is because I can't use it, okay? Because if I want to use it, I would have to devote a whole day and just staring at it because I'm going to be manually getting in and out of trade. Well, auto trading, but getting out of trades manually, okay? And but I can't do that because I've got too many other things on the go. Let me ask a question, okay? Give me a moment. I just want to see if hopefully I can get a screenshot of this. Good. Okay, so I'm going to see if Chris has done some videos on this, Tony. Okay, so when I say this, I mean generally. So I just asked, is there a video on this that kind of more explains it? So I just asked the question, okay, Tony, and two of the other traders at Trade Ideas. So we'll see if Okay, great. First video shows it. Okay, so here is a. So Chris says the first video shows it. Just give me a moment. So here's a link for it. Okay, and Chris says the first video goes over it. This is what happened when I open it up. Okay. But I still think, I guess it's protected, okay? So, I mean, if all of a sudden you got into a trade and it just completely dropped on you and you couldn't get out manually, I guess, it's a protective stop for you. I would still try to manually do the exits. Okay, CRML guys, it's Critical Minerals, of course, had a huge run on all the other critical minerals, but the last 2 days, trying to have a little pop today, though. All right. Wow. 10:02. So I will go over my homepage right now and including all the scans that I'm currently sharing with everybody. In a moment as I put my homepage link in. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, any analysis of it? Well, I mean, it's got room. That's about best I can say. $26 is the next high. So it's got room to run. Now, why is this? Don't tell me this is going to happen again. Okay. Yeah, sometimes some of these stocks, when I load them, they don't want to go right to the y-axis like this one for some reason, and it's not nothing to do with the padding, Pepe. It's the padding is not there. So anyway, it's sort of resting. It's over the VWAP, so there's a good thing, I guess, if you're in it. So it's still over the VWAP, and of course, it's got room. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So hopefully you guys took advantage of the promos that we had. So we're back to the only 15%. Okay, so you can get 15% off any subscription. Remember, if you take out a monthly, that 15% is good for the first month only. If you take on an annual, of course, it's for the whole year. So that's both premium and standard, etc. Okay. For those of you who are in our YouTube room, and especially today, because I will be taking off very early, you're going to come into what I call the main room. This is the link to get into the main room, trading room. Okay. So you click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit, and there's the link to get into the main room. And as always, all I ask is that if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, is that you use my code. It really helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the promo codes, and if they see enough people using my code, they'll say, okay, we'll keep the rooms free. It's really that simple. Okay. So if you're going to take out you'll always get the best discount. It's not that there's another one floating out there that's not going to be better than this. So that's all I ask. Okay. And if you scroll down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us, okay? Trades of the week are typically designed for longer term holds, but how or if you trade them, of course, is up to you. Next thing to do, if you do take out well, click on the education section. I'll scroll down a bit and click on the education section. Before I talk about what you should do before you, after you take out a subscription, go to the user guide because I'm going to go over stock racing in a lot of detail. But here is in the user guide a whole section on TI stock racing, and you'll see that you can have your race based on what you want to see. Okay, it's all customizable. These races happen to be what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. Okay, so here it is, a whole section in our user guide about stock racing. Now, if you do take out a subscription, first thing to do is this: getting started with trade ideas. Okay, it's mandatory that's the first thing you do. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, all you have to do is start off, and these are very short videos, 12 of them. Yes, 12 of them. And if you don't have trade ideas, though, I would start off on the second one. And then, take a look at them, and that should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month, just to see what it's like. Okay. Also, these rooms are like this Monday to Friday. I should first of all back up a bit. Welcome to anybody who's new into either our YouTube room or the main room. This is the format, Monday to Friday. The main room is open at around 6:45 a.m. Obi in our main room opens it up at 6:45 a.m. I try to get the YouTube room up between about 8:30 and 8:40, and I get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. Why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me to open the room at 3:45. So that's why Obi opens it up. And he doesn't have to. Oh, the goodness of his heart, he does it. And so even though there's no screen sharing and I'm not on the mic, there's still a lot of activity in the main room. Now, I typically, again, this is not a typical day. Typically, I leave, sometime between 2 and 2:30. All depends on how many questions I get. But even when I leave, William in the main room will usually keep the room open after I leave. And today he says he'll keep it open at 3:30. Now, I'm going to be taking off probably around 12:15 today. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, and this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Okay, a free series of videos. I think there are 15 of them. And last, if you're looking for my scans or what I'm sharing, if you click on my homepage link, the middle section, here they are. Okay. What you can actually see from my homepage, this is the biggest gainers from the start of the races right here. Halts, resumes, very active as always, is right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm sharing. These three, the momentum scan, the gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan, I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. These two I do have up and running. They're just not on my homepage. If you want them, these are large cap movers, either to the upside or to the down. Well, I'm wrong. This is an offshoot. That's right. This is an offshoot of the biggest gainers. I'm now looking for biggest relative volume gainers. Again, I can share these with you if you want. But what I want to do now is go over this race, very popular race, just to show you, though, that you have complete control over what you want to see, the time frame, etc. Now, let me explain this. So I am running 4-minute races, okay? Again, you have control over that. Why am I running 4-minute races? That's what I chose a couple of years ago when we launched, when we started having races available. And that's what I've stuck with. It's nothing magic about it. If you want to run a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race, it's up to you. So what does this mean though? 2.8%. What does that actually mean? That means that since the race started, CRML has moved 2.8%. We are now a little over a minute into this race. Okay. This is again a 4-minute race. So CRML XRTX has moved 2.5%. These are what these percentages refer to. At the end of the race, there will be a winner like any other race. And you can see, there's jockeying for position over the course of 4 minutes. So right now, Rani is in the top position. What happens is that there is automatically a top 10 list that is created for you, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see also the number beside the stock that tells you how many races the stock has won. So if Rani continues to lead, it'll join this list, but it may not. I mean, it's 4-minute race. We still have 2 minutes left. So right now, Miggy is at the top. So what I would do, first of all, you don't have to wait for a race to be over and for you to click on the symbol. If a stock is leading a race, I would click on it to see what is happening. Miggy has been very active over the last 3 days. If this sets up for your style of trading, you might want to look at it. You'll see a lot of times also, these are not necessarily stocks near the high of the day or anything. They could have pulled back into a level and then moving from that level. For instance, you might see a stock that is starting to win a race that is bouncing off the VWAP or maybe bouncing off a moving average that you like. If I see a stock in here, I don't have to wait for it to be at the top. Click on it just to see what is happening. It might be setting up for your style of trading. Here's NUAI. If your style of trading is to wait for a VWAP break, well, there's the VWAP right up there. I'm not saying that's what you should do 100% in this case, but if that's your style of trading, and if you see a stock that has won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. Maybe just resting. I mean, this one again below the VWAP. If that's your style, you don't want to take stocks unless they get above the VWAP, fine. Maybe your style is more also though of a stock that may be rebounding, and maybe the VWAP acts as a bit of a magnet. There are all sorts of different trading styles out there. So the question now has to be, if you're looking at this for the first time, why are these stocks showing up here? Why are these ones here? Why are these ones here? So all races start from a top list window. If I right click on this race, and notice there's an option that says open top list. So you can see this is a big list of stocks that this race is based on. So why are these stocks in here? Because if I right click on this top list window, this is what I want to see. I want to see stocks between $1 and $50. Minimum volume is 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. You can see now that might not be your style. Maybe you want a different price range, volume. Maybe you don't care if it's up from yesterday's close. Maybe you want it up from the open. Maybe you have filters that you like. You want to add. I hope you're understanding now. You can customize your top list to show you stocks that you want to see. And because notice, once you construct your own top list window with your set of parameters, you right click and you launch the real-time stock race. Yeah, so Capital, let me answer Capital's question. If you want your momentum scanner to work in the pre-market, you have to, more than likely the reason it's not working, like for instance, if you have my momentum scanner, yeah, if you right click on it, it's probably an alert window, right? And you click on the summary, more than likely you've got the relative volume as a filter. Okay. And if you have the relative volume as a filter, you'll get no data at all in the pre-market. Okay. So you can take that So again, if you take your momentum scanner and you right click on it, almost 100% for sure, you've got the relative volume as a filter. And if you have the relative volume as a filter in the pre-market, you'll get no data. So you should check that because it's got nothing to do with the live always. So Capital, did you hear what I said? Just click on it and check. For Capital, can you hear me? I know my mic is on. I want to make sure you can hear me. Not volume, relative volume. So let me, I don't know if I have relative volume in here. I don't think I do. Yeah, so this is what I call my small gap breakout. If I right click on it and click on configure, in summary, you see where I've got current volume, relative volume is at least 3. This will not work. If you have that, okay, if you have that filter, nothing wrong with having the filter when the market opens, but if you've got to basically take it out, just like, delete it. Yep, just zero it out. Watch, I mean, just hit delete, and now it's blank, and then say okay. You can add it back when the market opens, but that's why you're not getting any data more than likely in the pre-market. Okay, That- relative volume does not work in the pre-market. In fact, it inhibits. So getting back to the races. So before now, but this is the true power of the races. Okay, really haven't explained that yet. So before we had races, the way in which a person would use a top list window would be, saying things like, "Well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes." Things like that, and then you could sort them, and you would get you would be able to sort, and you'd be able to find those stocks. So, for instance, C% means change from the close of yesterday. So I've sorted on that, and how you sort is you just double, as long as you have the column header, of course. You just double left click rapidly, and so I can see that Kezar is up 46%, XRTX up 41%, etc. Okay, so these are the ones that are up the most based on my filter requirements. My price range, my minimum volume, and all. There are probably stocks that are up a lot more with different filters, but that's what I want to see. So that's all well and good, and you'll hear me say this all the time. Just because a stock is up 48%, and a lot of times we see stocks in here that are up like 100%, 200%. Doesn't mean they can't keep moving higher. But a lot of people would rather say, well, yeah, I don't want to necessarily see stocks that are up near the high of the day. How about stocks that are starting to move? And that is like Coot has been a pretty active one over the last couple of days. Okay. Coot is up 2.7% right now from yesterday's close. What if all of a sudden, for some reason, Coot started to move? It's up 3%, 4%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list of stocks. You'd never be able to see that, of course, but that's what the race does for you. Because all the race cares about is, in this list of stocks you have, what stock is moving the most since the race started. So it could be some stock down here. It could be a stock still at the top here. Okay. There's the GWH. I see it has moved 4%. That's why I'm saying don't discount the fact that a stock is already up a lot. It could keep going. Okay. So that's the concept of the racing. It will identify stocks that are starting to move, if that's what you want to see. And you can also see stocks that have already made pretty big moves, but are still moving. Now, this GWH, it could have been, let me just click the alert or the symbol. Yeah. So, I mean, this could have been happening here, though. at the VWAP. This could have been pulling back to the VWAP and then popping and giving you that percentage move. Okay. And again, this requires some trading experience, obviously, understanding what the VWAP is, if that is something you like to follow, or a moving average. Maybe you've got a favorite moving average that you like to have on your chart. And if a stock comes into that moving average, you like to trade it. See, well, first of all, see if it holds, acts as support, and then you trade it. So I hope that makes a lot of sense because you can, and again, the number one thing also though is how you can create your own top list window with your set of parameters. Yeah, maybe you hate this price range I've got. Maybe you only want to see stocks between $1 and $10. Maybe you want to see, stocks well over $50. Between 100 and 1,000. I mean, it's up to you. So when you look at this race it's based on relative volume gainers this time instead of pure percentage moves. This this is the race I'd like to show you though. Also, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, the large cap. This race is going to give you very similar stocks. Okay, very similar. It's more of a test for me to see how well this is. What sort of alerts I'm getting or stocks are showing up. But you can see that a lot of the stocks are the same. But this is one, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is one that if I were starting out trading, I would probably look at this race more than this race. This is a fabulous race, but it can be very, very volatile because the difference between these two races, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, large cap, is I open this top list window. First of all, look how many stocks are in here. Now that doesn't mean these are the ones for the day for the entire day. Stocks can get added to this list or be subtracted from this list all day long. Right now, it's a very small list compared to this one. Doesn't mean that's bad. So why is this list so small compared to this one? So I right click and then click on configure and summary. So in this particular race, I'm looking for stocks between $10 and $70, 200,000 shares minimum again, up 2% from yesterday's close. I added a couple of big filters in here though. I need the market cap to be at least $500,000,000 and the float to be at least 50 million. Okay, number one. Now the real reason why you're not seeing a lot of stocks in here all the time is this. This is the position in the day's range. And I put 95%. If I had 100%, that would mean a stock is right at the high of the day. So 95 means it's pretty close to the high of the day, and that's what I want to see. You may not care. I do, but you may not care. If I deleted that, you will see a lot more stocks showing up. So again, this is totally customizable. But because these are larger cap stocks, you're just not going to get. You see these percentage moves. 1% is actually pretty big for this, but you generally are not going to get like a 6% move in here. Not a bad thing. It just means they're going to be a lot less volatile. So if you're starting out trading, you may want to concentrate on something like this. And here's the top 10 list that is built for you. Oh, this one really earlier in the day. I think this is an earnings play, guys. Yeah, Liberty Energy is an earnings play. So this has some news this morning. The XRTX leading this race right now has some news this morning. Was an acquisition, excuse me, some kind of an acquisition. Low float, 3.5 million in the float. I think it's I got a Calgary, okay. Canadian stock out of Calgary. Well, guys, I'm looking at the Ally, and you know what? Still up for the day, but fading all day. This is an earnings play, so it's still up for the day, but it's been fading all day. And again, this is one of those regional banks. Another one that's been fading, still up for the day, is CMA, another regional bank. I'm assuming, yeah, Comerica. They were pretty big though. Is this still considered a regional bank? Oh, it's a national bank. Ally is a national. Okay, excuse me. I thought it was a regional bank. Okay. How about CMA? I mean, Comerica. I've heard of Comerica, but is it considered more of a national bank than a regional bank? Bought by FITB, but it still trades as Comerica. Okay, so crazy name, Fifth Third Bank Corp. So they're still trading though. So it's bought by it, but they're still trading. So FITB is a regional bank. This, yeah. So they're trying to lessen stock gains after $178 million loan loss. Earnings were strong. So even though they had 178, this is FITB. So it's set to acquire them. So it hasn't been done yet. Okay, interesting. So is this considered a regional bank or a national bank? Is Truist TFC? I know the only reason I see them at all is that they seem to have a lot of, they get into a lot of recommendations of stocks. So TFC is a super regional. Okay, it's still underneath the 200-day moving average. Obviously, GWH has got some room, guys. I mean, the high looking left is 687, so it's got some room. Wow, this is a Bank of America, Bank of Montreal, S&P 500, four-time leverage. I guess if you think the SPY is going to move higher, you really have the resolve that it's going to. This is a four-timer. Not too familiar. How much volume? Not a lot of volume. I see the Bank of Montreal has a lot of these crazy ETFs. Yeah, keys are just well, I mean, it may get going. I mean, it's over 6. The high in the pre-market, KZR, is 635. Not a ton of room to that high in the pre-market. Ooh, this was a re-entry play from our AI also, guys. The keys are KZR. If you have our AI, guys, you have our premium service, you should have the re-entry column. It looks like this. The re-entry price, there it is, 595 for Kizar. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just looking at the Argentina ETF. I mean, keep an eye on the Rani, guys. I mean, it's still I think it's approaching the VWAP. RANI did not win any one of these races. By the way, you can run races in the pre-market, okay? As long as you don't have that relative volume filter as part of your in your top list, but you can run races in the I could run this race in the pre-market and it won't shut off when the market opens unless I tell it to, but I've chosen that you can control this. What I've chosen to do is have it start at 9:30. You can run this race. So if you have this race, you want to run it in the pre-market, there's a setting that basically says start the race when I load trade ideas. Oh, guys, Ranny. Now, it just had a pop on some volume, I believe. A little bit of volume coming in now, guys. And I had news. FDA granted them fast track designation, and we've got some. I'm sorry. That's the wrong one. That is the wrong one. I was looking at Art V. This is the one. This is the press release in which they say they have a potential to get up to $1 billion, but they did get $10 million up front. Okay, and this is a licensing deal, Chugai, a Japanese company. So they do trade on the pinks and a private placement more than 60 million. So they will receive a $10 million upfront payment in addition to milestone payments worth up to 175. And then the deal could be valued at more than a billion. But I mean, this is not happening today, but at least they do get the 10 million upfront. Kzar guys, KZR. I want to go over this again, guys, because if you have the AI, harsh words, but you're doing yourself a disservice if you don't have the reentry price column. Okay. I'm not saying they're all going to work, but the reentry price column, if you even just wait for that to happen and don't take the trades right off the bat, just wait to see if there's a reentry. Right now there's only one of them. Okay. And how does it work? Well, the alert was at 6:04. You can see when the alert was at 6:04, and you can see what happened. I mean, I think it might have popped from the 6:04, but look what happened. It actually hit the stop, which was at 586. Okay. And then it came halfway between the 6:04 and the 586, which is 595. You will get an alert there, another alert. So if you just wait for those, I'm not saying they're all going to do this, but I've seen this enough times that it's not a bad strategy just to wait for re-entries. Think of it this way. The AI got into something because obviously it met all the filter requirements, but maybe it was just a little early. And you will get an alert, okay? When I say an alert, you'll get a sound alert. All these AI alerts, you can put a sound alert in your AI, and so you'll be notified when a new one comes in, including a reentry. So you can't miss it. Not seeing a lot of follow through on things, guys. I mean, I'm sure there's been follow through on some things. I'm just not finding a lot of follow through. Yeah, wait for that one to open, Obi. Maybe we'll get something in that IPO. Okay, so Michelle in our YouTube room. Don't know if there are any more videos. If you're talking about are you talking about the back to basics, or I mean, there's so many videos on our homepage on the Trade Ideas YouTube page. I mean, so I wouldn't like. What are you looking for exactly? Are you talking about education for trade ideas itself, or are you talking about education in the market itself? No. So I mean, I wouldn't. I Okay, you know what? Unfortunately, I asked 2 questions at the same time, and you answered yes. So maybe it's yes to both, but on my homepage, I mean, this just gives you an idea. I'm sure maybe this is what you're talking about in the education section. I mean, this will get you started with trade ideas, okay? I don't think there's anything else really out there that goes into any more detail, and then the back to basics. which is for people who are new to trading. Well, that's it. That's the back to basics. But it's been whittled down to 15. I think he had a lot more, but I think it's been whittled down to 15. If that's what you're talking about, okay. So there are 15 of these. Maybe that's what if that's what you're talking about, then on my homepage, just click on the education section and the back to basics. There's no more that we have. Okay, yeah, there's no more than that we have now. Now it's time to practice trading and using our simulator. Okay. Okay, I do see that GWH has pulled back. Now, has it pulled back to an interesting level? All right. Driving me crazy here. Why it does that? Okay, so here's GWH, guys. So 566 or so is the VWAP. Let's see if the VWAP holds it. Okay. And maybe it bounces off. Maybe it gets really close, holds, and then moves again up. And that is, we're talking about the GWH. They're getting really close now. Oh, while you're seeing this, this is probably okay. So this came in the money machine. Okay, I mean I'm not paying attention to it, but when I saw that on the chart, that means it was a money machine take. And now you see here, you're up at one point. You're up 270. Well, if you took this one, following this particular whatever this one is, this is the big momentum rider. Okay, so at one point you're up $276. You should not allow that to almost get well. There's your entry. Okay, you cannot allow that to be up only $44. That's why I'm saying you start to. I mean, that's the move it made. You've got to at least take some off. That's why I'm saying you got to manually work the money machine. Because if I don't, what'll happen is I'll just get stopped out, and I'll have a loss. How could you possibly take a loss when you get in at 586 and the stock moves up to 665? How can you possibly take a loss on something like that? Well, I mean, it's possible if you don't manage your exits at all. For you out there who are following HIMS, this might be getting a little interesting. Okay, trying to curl here. Here's the VWAP around $54. Two big down days after two huge up days. Yeah, so now this I mean, it took a long time, but it did break above the original halt price, and that is for the SLNH. Okay, let's see now. And again, the high yesterday was way up here around 5. So there's a lot of room, a lot of room. Well, Keyser has been choppy, but it's still looking decent, but it's been a little bit choppy. KZR. Come on, the longer this SLNH holds over 4, I think the better it'll be, obviously. We got the wave. You see how it flattened out, the blue wave on the 2-minute chart, flattened out. And now we're getting, more. The trend is really starting to get stronger. Okay. Now, do I have faith it's going to keep moving? No. But oh, look at the Rani. I mean, it's just really up and down, up and down. RANI, up and down, up and down. Give me one more pop. All right, guys, I've taken some off of the of this SLNH. Okay, I just wait. Right on. I wish I'd waited just a second more, but or a second later. Not a. It's funny. It's not a low float either. I mean, it's 58 million in the float, so it's not a low float. Come on, push it up, push it up, push it up. So it barely went positive. I actually, you know what? I didn't realize that. It's now gone positive. I actually didn't even see that. Well, I didn't check it closely enough. Didn't really matter. Come on, Kizar. KZR hasn't been the easiest of holds, but again, re-entry at 595. I didn't get it there. Okay, I did not get it there, but that is and only one today. Only one has met the requirements to get a re-entry price. No, no more. I'm talking to my cat. All right, guys, 10:53. So again, I'm probably only here for another maybe hour and a half. Steve will take over for me in our YouTube room at noon Eastern. And I'm probably going to wrap it up very soon after that for me. Oh, you just don't hear her grumpy. She comes out early when I'm not on the mic yet. Keep an eye on the H again. You know the HIMS. It's intriguing to me. So of course it's still down 9%, but it's trying to curl here. What is the yeah? It's got maybe 50 cents to the VWAP. Boy, there's a lot of volume coming into Ranny. It's got to take out that 50-cent mark in a big way. 150 mark. A lot of volume. Well, it just did. Is that a big enough way though? Monthly chart, the next high in a monthly chart is say around $2. Okay, 190. Actually, 180. 190. 190 is the next high in the monthly chart. Actually, I'm wrong. 159 is the next high on the monthly chart. A few months ago. Look at the volume today. Still 1,300 times normal. That's we have 47 million in the float, and it's traded the float 4.6 times. Not often do you see that stock with that amount in the float trading at, and it's at the end of the day it'll probably be I don't know 6, 7, 8 times the float. Sensei halted on the way or just resumed. Oh, Ronnie was halted. Woo, not in it, but let's take a look, guys. 154. So right now, yeah, there's no big clue as to where it's going to open. So if you're looking at this, if you haven't seen this before, this blue window that I'm displaying, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, showing me the halt price at 154. And this column is, trying to give you maybe an idea as to where it could open. I think this is the first time it's been halted, right? I think it is the first time it's been halted today. And why a halt? Because it went up too fast. Okay, that's a very simple definition. Went up too fast in a short period of time. It went up a certain amount of money, certain amount percentage-wise, I guess. And the program kicks in and it halts it. And usually the halts are 5 minutes long. Well, there's no guess. I mean, it's just saying 154 right now. So on reentry, there was no. This was not an AI play, if that's what you're talking about. There was no reentry. This is not an AI play, if that's what you mean. This is just a normal one. There were only four AI alerts today from us, and that this is the only one on the reentry. The keys are looking good. 595, 622 last. Now, the other thing you guys can do, of course, is you can always set price alerts for the reentry and not even wait for it. Okay, because it's just simple, a little simple math. Okay, you just take the entry price and the stop and halfway between. Now, ACHV, it may not ever happen. That's a good move. Okay, but you could always, when you see the alert, you have your alert price, you have your stop price, and you can put a price alert just halfway between it. That would be the reentry if it happens. Now, the only problem with doing that, I suppose, is it will trigger if it gets halfway. It doesn't mean it hit the stop, but it's still not the worst thing. Guys, Hims is now making another move down, so had a little move. So you can see a little bit of blue here, meaning the trend was starting to change. But you can see that the bars, the wave was very narrow, not like a wide wave, and so that didn't last long. And now the trend looks like it's weak again. Well, as we speak, it is weak. Remember what the orange and the blue mean. See, just not a lot of follow through. I mean, I looked at the SLNH. I shouldn't say obviously, but I'm out of it. Just not a lot of follow through on some of these cheapies the ones that I'm looking at anyway. Did okay on it, but all right. So Rani just opened, and it opened a little bit above the halt price, a little bit above. And now we're starting to explode a bit. Now the next high, remember on the monthly chart, I think I said 190 on the monthly chart. Doesn't mean it's going to stall there, but I'm just going to say it's going to get halted again. How could you tell? Because the bid and the ask was not moving at all. It was actually 170, 171, and it wasn't moving. And on a fast moving stock like this, almost impossible. So now we've got the second halt. So again, guys, that 1 billion in the press release is, it's an attractive press release, eye catching. It doesn't mean they'll ever get to $1 billion in that licensing deal, but it doesn't matter on the day of. Well, this has been a pretty nice earnings play, guys. It's Liberty, LBRT. On the 15, it's been basically straight up. Still has, I was wondering if it would take that out at a high of 2 days ago. And then there's this high up here now, 1351, and it is an earnings play. Good spread, too. I mean, only a 2-cent spread right now, anyway. Yeah, this ETF for the regional banks very choppy today. Trying to hold the VWAP. That's about the best I can say about it. Yeah, look how choppy on the 2-minute anyway. 15-minute, a little more smooth. This is for KRE. Way more, almost 20 times the volume. It's got room. I mean, Tron has got room. I mean, the 365 is the next high looking left. So it's got 30 cents, which, is about 10% a move. I'm not saying it's getting there. All right, guys. The HIMS is starting to drift down again. Now, yesterday it got down to 50, I think. Actually, I'm wrong. Oh, this is yesterday. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought this about the 50, but no, that was days ago. Nice on the CREV. I'm seeing this move up here on the rates. Well, I wonder if that's the area right there, 494 and then 502. So let's hope it takes those out. Okay, Ronnie came back out of the halt. Boy, this Liberty was an awesome earnings play. One of those cheaper earnings plays, that just kept moving. Okay, so Rennie, wonder if it's halted on the way down now. Yeah, halted on the way down now. He could not break that 190 or 180. I think it was 190 on the monthly chart. Take a look at it right there. That is 190, and I got to 183. So got close to that level. Could not break it so far, anyway. All right, I want to see if this can take over, take five again, Krev. Yeah, I didn't read any of it, Mike. I just all I know it was an earnings play. That's all I know about Liberty. Just know it's an earnings play. Didn't read. I just sort of say, okay, if it's up, whatever they said, the market likes. Give me one moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just talking to Steve. Okay, what I was waiting on was the hymns. Okay, I was in a short of it. And now it's starting to move down a little bit. The HIMS, HIMS. And watch this as it. This is I was trying to use the trade wave. Whoops. Trying to use the trade wave for guidance. It was still weak, and it thrust up here. It did not turn blue. Okay. And so I said, okay, it's still weak. And I thought, okay, take the short up in this area. And if it, if it gets, what was that? If it gets close to 53, I'm out. But, this is working out pretty nicely for me now. I don't expect a big payday or anything. I mean, if it gets through 52, that'll be awesome. But I mean, the low over here is 40. That's on the month. Yeah. So there's a low of 50. So, the closer it gets to 52, I'm probably bailing. A lot of shares available. Interactive Broker is 2.5 million. There was no problem getting it. Even though it was down, well, it's down 11% today. It was certainly down 11% yesterday. Sometimes, that uptick rule will nail you, and you cannot get this, you cannot get it where you want, even though there's shares available. But in this case, no, it was no problem, no issue. And that's how I use the wave in this particular case on a 2-minute chart. Is I've forgotten to pour my coffee. Yeah, it's a good thermos. Kept it hot, hot, hot. All right, 52, 52, 52. Do I see 51.95? Okay, guys. So I have now covered some just over 52 for the HIMS. I'll hold a piece in case it can get through. I mean, that would be incredible. Well, not incredible, but if it got through 51.70, which is the low of 3 days ago, and then the next low underneath that would be, a little over 50, 50, 60 or so. Somebody had a beautiful short on this one yesterday. I can't remember who it was in the room. I don't think it was RC. I see the MGRT up here. Yeah, not much volume, is there? Mega Fortune. Make your mega fortune. Buy MGRT, 278,000 shares. Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, just look left. You've got a high right there. You've got a high right there. A little too close for me anyway. Though, it's a low float. Nice one from our AI guys. It flew under the radar for me. This is the AI. And the news was, this was probably earlier, rises on expedited review of its e-cig dependence treatment. The FDA had previously granted the drug a breakthrough therapy designation and approved a phase 3 trial design. So yeah, I kind of sleep on this one. This is a really nice one from our AI. Didn't There was no re-entry. I'm talking about is there 11% move now, 11.5% move now. I should have looked at this way more closely. What is it on a monthly chart? Where could it go? So there was 429. So even 429. The alert was at 394. So it was sort of far enough away, but it's through that. The next high is 462 in on the monthly chart. See if I can see anything in the weekly. And the answer is there's that monthly high right there. All right, let me see if I can induce hymns like I did yesterday. Kept inducing hymns downward for that individual who was in it. All right, guys, 11:18. So I only have about 45 minutes left for me today. Okay, I could, there we go. Oh man, can you take this out? Can you take this out right there? 5174, I think. Excuse me. And the reason I saw this one, guys, is I just had a thumbnail on my other monitor. Okay, that's all. I have three. Excuse me. I have three monitors, and I had it thumbnailed. It's something I wanted to pay attention to. It hasn't shown up in any scan. It depends on the time frame. I mean, obviously on a 15, it's not as choppy. Certainly, there's no question right there. If I had been in it, I would have taken some off. Okay, Mike, no question on that piercing of the tube. But I probably would have kept some anyway. Assuming I was in around the $4 level, and just to see if it turned. I mean, that's how I use the wave, guys. I mean, I'm not in this one, but that's how I use the wave to keep me in trades way longer. I will say this, on the on the lower floats, actually it's not that low, but on the more volatile stocks, they don't look as good as the stocks that are, more. I mean, that's pretty parabolic, but look, it did, there's not one piercing, and not on a 2-minute chart. There's not one piercing of it. When I say piercing, there's not one bar that moved down below the low of that wave. Well, my inclination is just to short this thing, this ally. I mean, I tried to have a little pop, but it's still weak. 38.29 is the next low looking left. Well, that was you, John. That was you. Okay. Yeah, but you never know what happens overnight. Are you talking about holding it overnight? Or are you talking about holding it yesterday? Yeah, but you never know. It could have come out with some news that would have popped the stock like it did there. So I wouldn't beat yourself up. All right, guys. Well, now the next low is 50.64, so another dollar to the next low. So, guys, I mean, it's not a bad idea, depending on what charting program you're using. You can use your broker's platform, though. I mean, I know we have a limit of 10 charts for standard service and 20 for premium, but you don't have to use our charts. For thumbnail charts, you can use your broker's charts and just put the ones that were really active the day before, and put a few of them. That's all I do. I mean, I just put a few of them. Basically, what happens is, so I've got some thumbnail charts. And so in the morning, I start looking at them to see, okay, what's happening with those ones that were really active the day before. And that's the only reason I saw hymns. Not, it has not triggered anywhere for me. I mean, this is turning into just an awesome trade now. I wish I'd held everything, but I didn't. I mean, we're getting closer now. We're at $1 away to that low. And look at the wave. See how that wave is just, it's got sort of widening, which is, I don't like it that it widens because it starts to get a little parabolic. And that's when you get people like me thinking, wonder if I should cover some. It's getting a little parabolic. I like a sort of a tighter one, but I'm not going to complain at all. So, guys, listen, because I'm going to be taking off around noon for good for today, I'll put my homepage link in one last time. Usually I do this when I come back from my break, but again, I'm not coming back from my break. I'm not really taking a break. It's so I have to get ready for this appointment. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So it has not been changed. So there's the 15 now. So hopefully, guys took advantage of the better discounts on the premium service anyway. So you'll get 15% off now everything. First month only on the premium or the standard if you take a monthly, and 15% off, of course, the entire year on both of those plans. So for those of you who are in YouTube, because Steve will take over for me at noon Eastern, but when he's done, he's going to be shutting down YouTube. Okay, so if you do want to hang around and come into the main room, it is still going to be open till about 3:30, even though I'm leaving, but it'll be open till 3:30 at least. So, and that's how you can get in. So I'm just talking about the people in YouTube. All right, that's how you can get in. So click on my homepage link, scroll down a bit, and trading room right here. Again, you can come in all the time. I mean, if you're looking for a lot more action meaning a lot more interaction amongst traders. It's a lot more active than the YouTube room. And if you scroll down a little bit further, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And these are designed for longer term trades. But how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is going to be completely up to you. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, you're checking your email and you're not seeing it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas and you click on my homepage link, go to that education section and right here, getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. Not going to make you an expert in trade ideas, but it'll certainly, at least you'll understand what like an alert window is, what a top list window is, why we use one over the other. Races start from a top list window, things like that. If you don't have trade ideas right now and you're wondering about it, is this a good fit for your trading? Well, you can always start off on that second video. They're very short videos, and that should help you at least determine, yeah, this could be something I might like. You can always try us for a month. The month is just month to month. You can always cancel anytime. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Okay, free series of videos for you. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to have access to this. 15 short, 15, they're not short actually, but 15 videos. I think it's a nice primer for people who are new to trading. And now if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, and here they are. So you can, this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actions up and down. This is the biggest gainers from the start of the races here. These two are not on my homepage. If you want them, I can give them to you. And these ones I'm not using, but you can look at them. I may bring back the gap scan when we get more into earnings season. A lot of stocks will gap up or down, but you can look at these. Just because I'm not using them right now doesn't mean they may fit your trading style right now. Doesn't mean they're bad because I'm not using them. It means what I'm trying to do is concentrate more on races and the AI and the AI using it like a watch list. And so that's it. So any questions? We got about a half an hour before I leave. So guys, the only thing I'm in now is that him short, holding onto it as it keeps moving down. Any sort of obviously, I should say obviously, but if it pierced the 2 minute wave, piercing means if it got above, you get a bit of a bar above it, I will definitely take some more off. All right, guys, I'm back. Randy is still up there, guys. I mean, look, if it can take out two in a big way, I mean, it could because of the press release. I mean, it could still have a rip. So those of you who are going to be obviously trading in the afternoon, I'd be really watching this Randy also if it takes out two. Yeah, let's refresh our memories about looking at it on a monthly chart. And so if it takes out two, that is not two, that's 190. That right there is 204. That right there is 267. So I'd put a price alert around, little over $2 and see if it takes it out. I'm not saying you would take it immediately. I'm just saying, but you should know that if it does, because it would still have on the monthly chart anyway, still have a little bit of room. It's a big float, for a $2. Well, pretty big float. It's not excessive, but 47 million. That's why it's not. I mean, I know it's up 275%. Imagine if it were a million in the float, this could be up 1,000%. Mm. I wonder if I can trade. I don't think I can trade STI. I think that was, yeah. This is the one that we were blocked from trading at Interactive Brokers. I don't know if it's still that way. There are some shorts available, 8,000 shorts. Trade of the millennium, the millennium is HIMS. Okay, I have a very short millennium. Boy, this is Well, there's your monthly 40. I think I said a little over $50. Yeah, 50.68 is the next low. And look how nice that was on that 2-minute chart when it had a little pop up. Guys, I mean, I said this before, I would be looking at Ally just looks, I mean, it's giving it all up, guys. Still up at 1%, but is really giving it all up. That's American Express, isn't it? AXP? Is that American Express? Yeah, AXP. A little outside the price range I trade, but that's a great move. 5% with 700 million in the float. That's a nice move for American Express. Who has American Express? I know, a million hands going up. Cispop, you're right. You can just see it right at the top here, leading that race. Cispop, CISS. Yeah, there's that pop, but look at that, right back down, right back down. How difficult, like 243, right back down to the VWAP. Tough trading, guys. It's something like it's really. Ooh, THH. Hmm. Obviously, an IPO from that week, the week of August 25th. Try Hard Holdings. Japanese. Okay, Japanese stock. Yeah, I mean, American Express in the old days. Yeah, I mean that proved you belonged because you could not get an Amex card unless you had a certain net worth and all that sort of stuff, and then they charge you an arm and a leg for it. But in the old days, I guess that was Krev, guys. Yeah, Krev back over 5. I'm well, I can't do it now. I mean, it's too late for me now. I know Shady is still in this one. I think he added, so a great trade. Little pause now for the HIMS. You see now, this is what I'm talking about. Now it hasn't pierced the top of that wave. See that on the 2-minute. It hasn't pierced the top of it. So I'm not going to get too, even though there's a little bit of an uptick, I'm not going to get too worried about it. I can't tell you. I mean, I know when Steve does his webinar, not his webinar, but when he takes over YouTube from me, and he'll do it today at noon. He talks about the wave as being great for new people, and I say it's great for old people too. I mean, traders with some experience. I think it's an visual, excellent visual. I'm just surprised more people Don't ask me about it and how to activate it on their charts if you don't have it already. And it's not about seeing the buy or the sell flag, okay? That's for me, that's not what it's all about. What it's about is if I click on an alert and I like what I see and I take the trade and then I start try to ride the wave as best I can. It's got nothing to do with seeing a sell flag early or a buy flag. I mean, if in fact you do see it when you want to take the trade, all the better. Okay, finally somebody asked. Okay, Michelle, time is it now? Yeah, I've got time. So I'll demonstrate it here because I don't have the wave working on my daily chart. I only really want to see it on the intraday charts. So the first thing to do is, and anybody else who's listening, if you right click on your chart, you should see something that says use browser interface. Okay. If it's already checked, then don't uncheck it. Okay. But if it's not checked, click use browser interface. Okay. Now the wave more than I don't know why it's doing that. The wave will more than likely not appear. Okay. But that's the first step. Make sure you're using the browser interface. Okay. So assuming you're now using the browser interface, right click again, check that use browser interface. Now, here's the tricky part. I don't know, it depends on the hopefully it's going to be this simple. Up at the top here, when you activate that, you should see the heart, a clock, I don't know what that is, chart type, and then right beside that. So to the left of the anchor, there's something called indicators. Okay, indicators. And if you click on indicators, and you should see TradeWave. Now, it depends on the version of Trade Ideas, I guess you're using, but hopefully that's what you guys see. And if you click on TradeWave, and I'll do it, it's a toggle on and off because if I click on it now, it's going to remove the TradeWave. Okay. So it's a toggle on and off. So again, click on that indicator icon, and right at the top is TradeWave. And click on it. That should activate the wave. No, it will also depend on what version of Trade Ideas you're on, but hopefully, did that work for you, Michelle? You have to be able to see that indicator. Now oh, good. Now some of you may see something that says FX at the top, okay? FX, and that's how you would, activate it, but this is the later version of Trade Ideas. All right, Karev, good for you, Shady. I know you're in this one. Okay, it's under FX. Okay, so depends on the version of Trade Ideas you've got. So for some of you, you might see FX, okay, instead of this indicator icon. You might see FX, and if you click on the FX, then TradeWave will appear. So don't forget to save your work though, okay? Now you can add it to see, I don't like it on this my daily chart. I don't need it on my daily chart. And the reason I don't leave it, well, I don't like the HTML on my daily chart, so I'm going to get rid of the browser interface. The reason I don't like it is because I like to be able to hover over the candle, the bar, and see all this information at the top without having to left click a couple of times and having a pop up. So, so that's why I don't do that. I don't have the browser interface activated on my anything greater than intraday. Intraday, I don't mind. I don't mind because remember, I'm always looking left, so I always want to see where that next high is, looking left or the next low, or if I'm shorting. And Tony, I think you're not new to trading, are you? DJ Tony Dread. You're not new to trading, are you? No. So there you go. So there's somebody who is not new to trading who, I don't know how extensive you're using it, but I know it has really helped my trading by keeping me in trades way, way longer than I ever used to. Guys, there's the Ranny. I mean, I wish I were going to be sticking around. My guess is that it could take out that two in a big way and just have a bit of a rip in the afternoon, but I won't be around for it. Now, having said that, I don't mean, okay, the guy is saying he thinks it's going to have a rip in the, I don't mean take it now. Okay. And remember, the wave will look different depending on your time frame. So, I mean, more than likely, even on a 5-minute time frame, it'll probably look, it'll still be the wave. The blue is a strong trend. Okay, orange is a weak trend. I mean, it's really that simple. But it really depends on the time frame you're looking at. Also, you might look at a 2-minute time frame. For instance, if this started to turn just a little, say, I know some of you will use a 1-minute time frame. So if this started to turn a little bit here, you may get orange here on a 1-minute and not get orange on a 2-minute or a 5-minute. So that I will do that. I like having it on a 2-minute time frame. I didn't never used to use well, never used to use only 2-minute charts way back when, but I hadn't used a 2-minute chart for years and years and years and years. But the wave, I found it was nicer to see it early. I don't, I mean, this is way too late for me. It's nice to see this on the 15th that it's, strong trend. Now, the thing is you don't want to, I'm seeing this stock. I wouldn't take this stock. I mean, I'm chasing it, that's the thing. I would, but when I click on this, I don't know what I'm going to see. It could have been a pullback into an area. Boy, Ranny, I'm telling you. And Randy just got halted again. Yeah. Nihan in our YouTube room. Yes, you were right. It just got halted again. And here's your potential open 210. Yes, that's all you can say. Perfect. Now go back to your corner and cry. I'm talking a perfect circle in our YouTube room. The goal was at least to get it back to Toronto. So that's been achieved. So that's okay. So remember what I said? I said up here is where I would start to take some off. Okay, because it pierced it, but I wouldn't take everything off. Which is a good thing because now, I still have some, and there's no way in the world that, talking to me 3 months ago, I probably would have been out of the trade around here completely, and then grumbled as I saw it keep moving down. Okay, so CR, you're talking Well, it depends on when the halt happens, John. I mean, if it's the first halt of the day, usually it's pretty good, okay? Usually, but this is now the third. So, I mean, it depends. You just have to look to see where. So, CR, you're talking about this. I've always had it, but it's probably an option. So display and check that, I guess. This is just time and sales, right? So you've got time and sales. Well, okay. Well, first of all, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, so that's what you've got to load. And if you don't have this column here, and it's always been checked for me, in 9 years with the program, it was the default. But if it's not checked somehow, just check it. Then you should see this column here. Okay. Wow, break of 51 now. Yeah, well, I can't explain that. I can't explain. Maybe I'm using Mosaic. I don't know if that makes any difference. I haven't changed anything in 9 years. And you're okay. So what you're saying is you don't see the halt price. I don't know if that's another column, but so I can't. Oh, good. Okay, you do see the halt price. Well, actually, it's underneath. It's just a different way of displaying it, I guess. Is with the 206 underneath. I don't have it like that. I just have the one. And I don't know what the difference is. I mean, I have two choices. I've got classic TWS and Mosaic. I picked Mosaic 9 years ago. Good question. Perfect. I don't know. Steve will be there in about 11 minutes, so I don't know if it is. I don't know. I, I know what they were trying to do is have an auto update of all the symbol lists, but you can ask Steve. Okay, I don't know. Are you talking about what Michael's in the Market Explorer? I think you're talking about. Okay, well, there's Randy, guys. 'Cause I know he had something, a Market Explorer to do with IPO pullbacks and stuff. But you can ask Steve, okay? And he may or may not know, but I think you can ask somebody at Trade Ideas. And now I think it just got halted again, didn't it? Now, how can you tell it's going to get halted again? I hope this makes sense. The minute you see a stock that is so active and the bid ask is not changing, 221, 222, not changing, it's almost guaranteed it's going to get halted again. So I'll be jealous of you guys, if you took this over too, and who knows where it's going now. Yeah. So in the Market Explorer, yeah, which one of the ones was that? Oh, IPO stocks. Okay. Recent IPOs, close to IPO price. I have no idea. No idea if this gets updated. You can ask Steve that though. Hardly anybody uses the Market Explorer. So William, I don't know if you want to. I might. Yeah. How am I going to do this? Well, I'll be back before. I'm not sure when I'm going to be back. So you can stop the screen sharing, right? Of course you can. You can stop the screen sharing. And thanks, I do appreciate that. You see, look how it works. So yeah, a little piercing. So I took some off, okay, but now still holding. Now the next low, I mean, it'd be amazing to me if it took this out. 50, what's that low right there? 50, 50 70, and we're right there. It'd be amazing to me if it does. And then we have 50 27 underneath. OB screen. I mean, you can keep my screen going. Okay, you can keep my screen going until you leave. Because I mean, this race will still be active all day if you want. Okay. It's just math, Steve. I mean, there's more to it than just what I'm going to say. But yeah, I think I've said this before. Stock was up too much in a short period of time. I mean, that a very simple definition. It's a little more extensive than that, but for our purposes, may as well just say it like that. And that's why sometimes you see stocks that are, I don't know what our record is in this room, but stocks that have been halted 40 or 50 times a day, either on their way up or down. Yeah, we haven't seen one. I haven't seen one like that for a while. But I mean, look at SNSE. I mean, I don't know how many times it's been halted, but my problem is that sometimes I don't get the halt. If it resumes and then it would get activated as a halt, the server I'm on sometimes doesn't show it if it happens within 30 seconds of opening, which is crazy. But you can see that SNCE halted a lot. SNSE halted a lot and resumed many times so far. But we've seen days where one stock has been halted 30 or 40 times. I have no idea, Eric. I mean, I have no idea on the HIMS. I mean, I think yesterday was, just a down day overall in the market. So that's why HIMS was down yesterday. I don't think there was any bad news about it. Well, I don't know if that, because this was not just about HIMS. Okay, I don't know if I think they're still in this sector. The fat loss obesity plays. But I think the news when it went up wasn't all about obesity plays or an obesity drug. I think it was something else. But I mean, that might be dragging it too. Okay, guys, 11:55. So you might, yeah, you might. I'll leave the message up here. Okay. Okay, so there's my message. I'll be gone for the day, but the room will be open until around 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. And again, YouTubers, so you can come into the main room, just click on my homepage link, okay? And because Steve will have when he's done his 12 to 1, he'll be shutting the trade, he'll be shutting it down. He'll be shutting YouTube down, okay? Whatever secret thing I'm doing. Oh, what's a secret? And this is, by the way, this is the YouTube link. Okay, so you can head over into YouTube if you want to listen to Steve. He'll go over the money machine a lot more than I ever do because he'll probably start one like start one from when he gets into the room. Probably demonstrate the use of it. Okay, so there's the YouTube link. So if you're interested in that, you can ask him other questions, of course. But if you're interested in, he's going to go over the money machine, I'm sure. Yeah, I wish Perfect Circle. Another bank, guys, WBS or financial company, WBS. So this was positive, but now it's gone negative. No, actually, the Ally actually popped. I was looking at this, had I been the Ally, but you see the trend change right there. Look at that orange and then the blue. So you didn't have to see the buy. I mean, if you did see it right there, fine. But if you thought that you wanted to take a trade in this area here, you don't have to wait for the buy flag. Steve, okay, just give me a moment, guys. Okay, so I think Steve just showed up in our YouTube room. So of course I'm going to mute myself. And we'll see you guys Monday morning. The room will open at quarter to 7, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, and so have a great weekend, everybody. And Steve.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I know you got my message. So yeah, I have to take off early today. So after you are done your deal and YouTube, please shut it down.
I can press the big red button this time.
You can press the big red button this time, yes. And I told people that you're probably going to go over a brand new money machine, start from scratch.
Yes, I will do that.
Okay.
Just getting my pen going, and yeah.
Also had a question from Perfect Circle regarding the updates of our symbol list, is specifically the IPO list that's in the Market Explorer, the IPO not a long time ago. Are those updated somehow automatically, or because if it's not automatically, I'm sure nobody is going in there and updating the symbol list.
I don't know the answer to that. I'd probably have to ask Brad.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be guessing if I answered.
Sure. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, Steve. Well, thanks for taking over, and
Sure.
Have a great weekend.
Have a good weekend, Bear. All right.
Thanks.
Boy, look at all this green coming back into the market. What a sloppy mess in the cues. Look at this. I'll illustrate. Oops, where did my Epic pen go? Oh, I closed it. Wait a minute. It's doing that thing again. Peppy showed me how to fix it. Hey, everybody. Afternoon. Yeah, so I took over with Andy. If you were expecting Andy, sorry. But maybe you knew that. Just getting set up here still again. Let's see if we can run this. There it is. All right. Anyway, this market opened up. My gosh, it was down pre-market and then Trump said something and then opened up and down and up and down and up. So this is really a sloppy mess over here in the NASDAQ as well. So I'm not doing a whole lot. So nothing to go over in terms of what I'm doing. So we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. So you just see a lot of green coming through at the moment. So what's up? Yeah, flip-flop day. Yeah. I was talking to Brian Shannon too, and he said it's the same thing. It's just a hot mess. He wants to go fishing. Hello, 3 sharp. Afternoon. Yeah, go Blue Jay. We got lucky this week. Yep. Barry's probably a lot closer to cheering for Seattle than he would be for Blue Jays across the continent. You know what I would call this weakness in gold, as you call it? It's just when things start to go parabolic, you have vicious deep pullbacks. And it doesn't mean it's the top, but you can have a vicious day or two pullback and settle right back into this little slot there. So this could be the beginning of just a little correction. I'm not doing anything today. I actually tried to short the market via the Qs yesterday, but couldn't do it. Was in the money early this morning, but then when the market opened, I had to basically flat the trade and get out. I've watched it go back in the money. Now it's back out of the money again. So I'm just not doing a whole lot. So if there's anybody in here, I'll start the money machine in a second. If there's he's for the Blue Jays. Of course he is. He's Canadian. He's Canadian over geography. Start the money machine. So what's the market doing? Well, it's not selling off. It's not bouncing. I'm curious. Let's do this. Here's what I'm going to do. So hello, Mark. So before I turn the money machine on, I'm ambivalent. Which strategy do I run? So maybe I'll load both of those scans and I see which one has more. Let's see. We're going to do pull back to the SMA version 5. And then let me duplicate this and flip it. Okay, so we don't have any short setups, but we've got a lot of long setups, things that have pulled back to the 5. So we're going to launch this one right here to try and find things like HL that are pulled back and have nestled into the 5-day moving average in blue. These are what all these trades should start to look like, and we've got some to choose from. So let's launch the money machine using that strategy. So we'll turn on Brokerage Plus. Do I pay attention to Oxford expiration? I'm aware of it, and I'm aware that it can affect the way things close. Believe it or not, guys, I don't trade options, but that's going to change. I've actually submitted an application to Schwab to start trading some options. Just never been an options person. Okay, so we've turned our Brokerage Plus on. We've got the money machine settings. We're going to allocate the 130, which is the 5-day moving average, version 5. Okay, there's our strategy. We know we've got some scans in there, so let's start it. And here come the first 3. All right, I think I recall some of these names. All right, Duke. Now, what I'm doing is I'm not relying on the settings. I'm coming in here and I'm visually tightening my stop right there. And I'll click my green target one time. And here we go. Risking $19 to make 50 on that trade. Come in here, tighten the stop. Click the target. See if we can get a breakout. Every chart is different, so that's why I'm doing these visually. I think this is the last one. Okay, I'll show you one more second. Let me just tighten the stop up and target. All right, we're going to risk 36 to make 138 in that one. All right, the question was, how did you out that in the money machine? Well, first of all, I can share the scan with you, but it's as simple as opening up the money machine and going to profile. And so this profile is the money machine version 5. And I'll give you the cloud link. It's not the collaboration link. You can turn it into a collaboration link on your own. And here it is, load. I could have just saved it from there. Save and share. Okay, here comes, copy. Here comes, this is the money machine setting. Now, for those that don't know, when I kind of flippantly said you can turn it into your own collaboration link, if you don't know how to do that, let me show you. Once you've opened that cloud link and you've got this scan needs to speak to the money machine entry in what we call a collaboration form. So we right click and we go collaborate. Looks similar to the cloud link, but it's not. We copy that collaboration link. And then now, when we go into money machine settings, there's one of these options here that has 3 dots. You can load your strategy. It can't do it now because I'm running the machine. So when I stop the machine, this menu will open up and then bam, you can submit the collaboration. And all of a sudden, you've got a new strategy. And then you give it a title up here at the top. The profile, you give it a new name. So that's what I'm running. I think I missed a couple questions, so let me backtrack. Took your advice on UAVS, but I tried to play it this morning. I was thinking it still might have it. You know what? If I had any money left, and I don't, I'd probably buy it right here. Because I feel like this was just an absolute shakeout. And then if it closes up above the 50-day moving average, you got a really nice entry. So I'm kind of bummed I don't have any money to play right now. I did too much last night and didn't have enough capital this morning and messed around and just got kind of wiggled out of things. So I've resigned my fate that I'm locked out of the market today. I have no cash. But that's a nice little pop up there. And I could see this being a really decent entry in UAVS. I kind of wish I didn't sell it. Went into Brokerage Plus, don't see Money Machine. Okay, if you don't see Money Machine in Brokerage Plus, Michelle, what you need to do is go to the website on the download page and download the alpha. It's called the alpha version. And that will get you these buttons here that you see. And from there, once you restart it, you should have the Money Machine options there. Who's texting me? My God. That's funny. Hang on one second. Sorry about that. I had to answer a text. All right. So let me know if that works, Michelle. Then once you restart under the alpha version, and again on the download page, that should be there for you. All right. Let me just see it starting to get a little green here. Let me just go through and make sure. I think there's 2 of them that haven't been set yet. All right. That's not been set. So I'm going to tighten that, enable the target there. Again, visually, guys, I'm doing visual stops and loss. I'm not really concerned with trying to find the magic formula. So if you're thinking, hey, Steve, what's the magic for? I don't have an answer for you here. And, that leads to, a good point. Dan uses it one way and Chris uses it one way. I use it very visually. Andy will use it. So we've got different guys, using it in different ways. And I'm not going to deviate from how I kind of have comfort using this. Let me see. There's one more I don't think I've set yet, and it's this one. So I've got 5 max positions, and I've now visually set and forget. That's what I call it. Set it and forget it. A good risk reward, risking 1 to make 2 or even 3 You can just see visually, there's a small risk window and there's my target profit window. How does it decide the entry and the exit? Well, the exit is being decided by me. You have to click the target to get the exit. Otherwise you're trying to figure out how to massage the exit. And I'm not going to sit here and figure out, oh, if I can get up 2% and then ratchet at 5%, 0.2% each time it goes up. This is a lot of brain surgery to me, but it's there for people who want to try and figure out. But I would say there's no one right setting that's going to set it all. But if you need to exit, it's set up to use a trailing stop. I don't like using trailing stops. I like using targets. So when I click, the trade, there's that green target. You click it once, and now what I'm doing here in the chart is visually overriding everything that's in the settings. Okay, you want to see my entry and exit settings are based on the sort of the scan. I'm not quite sure what you're looking for. I have the top 3 candidates of this scan are always the ones in play, but no more than 5. Other than that, my settings really don't mean anything because every single chart that comes up, I adjust. So I don't have any magic settings to give out in terms of that. All I have is a visual. Look at some of these charts. All right, that's a bit above the moving average, but I'll take that. But I'm trying to find for you like the perfect setup visually that I'm looking for. I mean, they're all close enough, but this is probably a pretty good one right here. CLN, it came down, it was up, trending, pulled back yesterday and part of today, but look where it finds support, the blue line. So once it tags that blue line and it's down on the day, it shows up on that scan. And if I have room to accept a new symbol, like right now, look at this one. This one's down 24. Do I like this chart? I actually don't like this chart. So I'm going to kick it. I'm going to highlight this and flatten it. Now it's like we're at the dealer at the blackjack table. I'm waiting for him to deal me a new card. All right, there's my new card. ICLN. I've already got that one. Which one did he give me? Or she? Okay, here's a new one. So, all right, let's tighten the stop way up here and we'll click the green target. All right, this one could possibly work. Risking $15 to make 50. Maybe put it right there, 20 to make 50. So that's my method. And that's really the only advice I have that I can give you. But I mean, if you want to look at my settings, I'll leave them up here for a second. But I don't think they really mean anything. I don't do any reversals. The re-entry timeout is 15 minutes. I could make that longer if I wanted to. The whole trailing stop thing becomes absolutely null and void the moment I start moving those targets and stops up and down. So, Michelle, nice. Okay. So, again, I think I still got it in my clipboard. What is that? No, I'm not sure what that is. What I'm going to do just one more time is give here's the cloud link, or we're only down to 2 scans at 2 symbols at the moment. So I'm going to save and share, and I'm giving out the cloud link to this scan. Let's see, use trade. Okay, good question, Darga. I started using TradeWave, and I was not happy with the entries. They were too late for me. They were too slow. They were too far above the buy tag. Now, I know you can do some adjustment on that, but I haven't really found much success in the TradeWave. But here's what you could do. I believe it would be an excellent tool for an exit. So let me show you how you could incorporate both what I'm doing and the exit. So I'm going to use the 15-minute chart, and we're going to turn on TradeWave. Now, for the moment, there is a buy tag. We're working under a buy tag, I believe. Let me try a different chart for a good illustration. All right, see, this is a great, perfect illustration. Sidetrack here a little bit. A lot of you guys have heard me talk about I am a contrarian trader. I like to take a contrarian entry when it's gapped down or being sold, but once it hits an entry level that I believe where the buyers are lurking, the price has been moved down to where they call, a liquidity hunt. And you've got big institutions who are not willing to chase or pay up, but they're going to sit there. And eventually the market dries up and it just drifts down to where the buyers are again. And that's the concept behind what I'm trying to program here into the money machine. So what you're seeing here is me in a trade way before the buy tag. So that full circle, to answer your question, I like to do this over the TradeWave. Now, what I will tell you is you turn the TradeWave on with my strategy here. Let's say we get to the end of the day and this thing is just really cranking. You could actually, take this into the next day if you wanted to, or instead of put a target up here, you could just wait until the S tag. So you're using kind of a hybrid of the TradeWave. You're using the money machine that I've got my configuration here to buy it in a contrarian fashion. And maybe it buys it before the buy tag even shows up in the TradeWave. Well, what I'm saying is you could, in my opinion, I think it would be valuable to use the sell tag as your actual exit. So you're kind of using a hybrid of both, if that makes sense. Short is not a filter. That just means the direction. So if you want to make sure if this is a trade that you want to go short, like I have this in the inverse. In the money machine settings, I've got fade. I have the opposite. So there's short sells that are bouncing up into the blue line. And on that setting, it'll show a short, which we can't see it. But currently, this setting is long. That's trade direction. It's not a filter. If that was your question. How do you get those buy and sell in the chart? Okay, so Michelle, the TradeWave, as I just was talking about, you simply go up here to this little icon. That's our indicator icon. It's a quick menu. We click that, and then you'll see TradeWave. I've got it turned on right now, so if I click that again, I'm going to disable it, which I'll go ahead and do. I think I illustrated the point that this is a contrarian strategy. It's certainly not using TradeWave for entry, but you're welcome to use TradeWave for exit. Okay, you mean, the filter sort option. If there's a filter sort called short, that means you're sorting by short float. Maybe not the best idea. I mean, if you're looking to go long and you have a short squeeze scan that you want to make sure that the stocks, and I think I had one in there at one time, I was trying to find short squeezes, but I wasn't finding great success with it. There are really only certain days of the month where you get really good short squeezes, in my opinion. The rest of the time it's normal. Change from the close. The reason that's selected is I want it sorted by change from the close to the downside. So the ones that are, negative on the day, they're diving down. Remember, I said I want to be contrarian, so I'm not chasing new highs. This is a contrarian setup. But the real magic sauce is the filter. I'll show you. Is this setting right here. There's no scans in there right now. It just went empty on us. But here is the magic filter. 130. This is the 5-day moving average on a 15-minute chart. So it's 130 SMA period. I've got it set to a minimum of 0.02% below, and a maximum of, that's a pretty egregious maximum, of 0.5% above. So anything close to, but not too far below is what that means. That is the only point at which you're going to see that filter sort of change negative on the day. As soon as they hit that little margin, that little window, that little envelope, if you will, around the 130, that's when they're going to show up on the scan. And that's when they subsequently would move into the money machine. You can't use it yet, Michelle. We're only in paper trade mode. So you will be able to. I don't have a time frame. That's the next step is to continue to release a couple more iterations with some new features and some bug fixes to the beta release for the public. And that will continue to be a simulation option only. And then eventually, Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, Alpaca, and maybe some others to be announced down the road will be able to go live. But we haven't switched the live switch on yet. What do I think of IBIT, intraday, and daily? I've had a really hard time trying to trade the crypto ETFs. XRPI has gotten the best of me. But IBIT, these are pretty oversold. You could probably make a really good case. Again, I'm a contrarian trader, so your risk is maybe $60. So you're risking 79 cents to maybe make $3 or $4. It's probably not a bad call. But the problem is, do you sell at the end of the day, or do you take that risk home overnight? And once you take that risk home overnight, you lose a lot of control. Yep. Hello, Stacy. When using the beta money machine, clicking TradeWave option, how can I see that notification? The only notification, your flat button should work, Darga. I'm going to show you right now. Watch this. Highlight it. Highlight. Flatten. Gone. It should work just like that. Stacy, how can I see the notification? So I think you're speaking of TradeWave, Stacy. And again, the buy and sell notification is going to be in this indicator right here. You just turn on TradeWave. I think that's what you're asking. And then you get the buys and sells. And it's super handy for new traders. I recommend TradeWave 100% if you're a new trader. I've got an eye that sees 30 years worth of charts. That's 50,000 hours worth of staring at charts. I don't really need the B and the sell anymore because I kind of know what I'm looking for. But that's not the case for a new trader. It's one of the greatest tools that we have to help new traders get up to speed quickly and learn things quickly. At least, what the chart is looking like and maybe what the chart is telling you or not telling you. See, look at the choppiness here of the NASDAQ today. So here's your sell tag, and then you stay with that until the buy tag, and then the sell tag, and then the buy tag, and now we're ready to take out highs again. So now I'm not so mad that I'm flatten sometimes does not work in the money machine alpha build. So that's news to me. Thank you, Pepe. I've not heard that. So apparently you have. But for whatever reason, let's take a look at this one. WEC. I'll flatten this one too. Let's just keep the green trades. So I'm sorry, Darga, for whatever reason, I'm not seeing that same issue. Scratch the paper trade money machine question. Oh, okay. No problem. All right, this is one tough market, let me tell you guys. It's been a back and forth week. Whatever I made one day, I kind of gave back the next. Nope. Flatten is creating an issue. Huh? Okay, can you you're fine now? Okay, all right. The only thing I would suggest is you can always exit. If you click Stop Money Machine, you're going to exit all those positions. But what you can do is exit Trade Ideas and then restart trade ideas and then see if you still have that flatten issue. That would be my only suggestion here. And more than likely, Pepe, they're probably already on top of that. We're expecting a new internal build early, maybe Monday or Tuesday. We work on it for a couple of days internally. I would imagine that's probably being addressed. Like I said, bug fixes and new features are coming out in the next version. But yeah, this is one bipolar wacky market. And, I just don't know what to make of this. Is this a wedge that we're actually going to break out of and go higher? Or are we going to get stuck by the end of the day and have another wick right here and be trapped below the moving averages again? I mean, we literally can go either way, in my opinion, from what I've seen. This day scares me because, okay, yeah, it was just a stupid Trump post, but what does that tell you? It tells you that everybody is nervous up here. They all feel like they're just waiting for the next shoe to drop before they lose their profits. And so something so, simple, just kick the legs out from underneath the market. He's not helping anything, of course. I've been burned on both sides by social media posts, but that's just the market we're in right now. You can complain about it, or you can sit on the sidelines and go until this nonsense stops. I just got to take it easy. Okay. So right now you'll see there's only 3 because the scan is empty. The minute a new symbol comes in that's not one of these current symbols, I can accept up to 5 maximum. You must always have this number greater than this number. They can't be equal to or less than. Just make it at least greater than entry candidates. I've seen problems with having the same number cause a problem. So right now, it's only looking at the top 3. Check. Oh, okay, check Boyle. All right. Turn this off. It's in a vicious downtrend and it's slamming right into the 5-day moving average. You know what this is? This is the exact opposite of what this is. I have a money machine strategy that would short this. So if you're talking about going short, yeah. If you're talking about buying it as it's slamming right into resistance, bad idea. Just back and forth. What was one of the most vicious downdrafts was ARQQ. Probably finding support now, but from 60 to 37 in 2 days, why not? Jeez. What's that UAVS doing that I lamented earlier? Yeah, I'd be buying, if I had money right now, I'd probably be buying UAVS and ARQQ, just nibbling a little bit because can't get this market to sell off. Oh, well. Oh, you had an insider sale at Sound? Yeah. Sometimes any headline is all it takes when things are overbought to knock something down. right, let's check on my 3 and only trades here. Okay, look at this, is kind of cool. So we're going to move up our stop to a flat, and we might even have to move that a little higher. It's all-time highs. How do I get that? Pull that down. There we go. Click the arrows to reset the chart. Okay. What is this one doing? Looking pretty decent. Keep that as it is. All right, a new trade just came in. And if we look, there it is. See, new trade pops in on the scan, and there we go. So now we have to set this. We'll go ahead and hit the target right there at new highs and tighten up the stop. Risk 30 bucks to make 120, roughly. So I'm strictly visual. NASDAQ really is kind of leading us around. Look at this. So we're probably just going to bow out here. This is what algorithms do when they're bored. You basically look at the obvious highs and they just say liquidity hunt. Let's see if there's any stops hiding up here. We take it a couple of trades, ticks above, and then then reverse algo sell. And we'll probably do this now. So this is a day trader's market. It's not for swing traders like myself. I can't, allocate cash and then come in and really try to dig in and have conviction, because that conviction is just testing me back and forth all day long, and it's just really annoying. So I didn't choose to day trade today. Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah, I bet it's pulling back just a little bit. Plus, we're going into a weekend. Silver, it's had a good run. People probably don't want it to, there we go, new lows. Don't want to take a big weekend risk. I don't blame them. Gold probably doing the same thing. It could take a good 2 days of washout now. It doesn't mean it can't go higher in the future, but when things start to get pre-parabolic, that's what I'll call this. It's not quite parabolic, but pre-parabolic. You usually have some really deep pullbacks to try and shake out the weak hands. 20-day MA on the day. Oh, without a doubt, staying alive. It's one of my major go-to 20-day moving average on the daily. I call it the backstop, and you know why I call it the backstop? Because I call the 10 SMA my momentum line. Boom, held momentum. Kind of tried to hold momentum, but when momentum breaks, it breaks right into the backstop, which is the 20 in red. This is my 20. So I give them, momentum is the 10 SMA, a backstop is the 20 SMA, and general bill of health is the 50 SMA. And that's what we're starting to bang on a little bit here in the NASDAQ and the S&P. Not so much the NASDAQ, but more so the S&P, probably because the financials suck. Have you guys looked at the regional banks lately? Here's the regional bank ETF. It's falling out of bed. Zion Bank, absolutely destroyed. What does H-band look like? Not great. XLF in general is not looking great. JP Morgan's looking heavy. Goldman Sachs, not looking great. They're below. See, when I was just talking about the moving average names, that's the reason that the S&P is so much closer to the 50 SMA, because Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, they're all breaking their general bill of health moving average. So once things start to break below the 50, it's kind of a individual bear market for that stock. I'm afraid of the banks defaulting. I'm afraid of going into a weekend with some horrible European, derivative crash or something. And then Monday we gap down. So it is October. There's black swans flying around out there. We're completely overbought. It's very hard to trade right now. All I can do is pull back and sit on my hands. I'm like very, very close to all-time highs still. And I'm just going to sit on my hands because cash is a position. I don't have a metric for bubble in terms of like evaluation. I did ask Grok just a couple of days ago, where are we in compared to the 99 valuation? And Grok said we're pretty much there. But, you know, some people think we might have a little bit more to go. Now, visually speaking, I wish I could buy UAVS, damn it. Visually speaking, a bubble ends in a real crescendo of euphoria. And we really haven't seen that yet. We've seen it in individual names in the quant space and in the nuke space. Let's make my point a little easier with the time frame. So here's the Qs monthly. You know, this goes way back. I kind of call it like the 3 stages, you know, of euphoria. We are really darn close, but there could be some more to squeeze out before we have to give some back. You know, I was really watching the action today. If we had every opportunity to just break down in the daily out of this wedge that we had and create like a head and shoulders, you can see it right there. That still might materialize, but the minute we break the 50 SMA and the NASDAQ, all bets are off. And I just don't want to be around for a vicious rug pull. Yeah, bubble is a market that you're just watching in absolute awe. And there's a great trader. His name is Paul Tudor Jones. Some of you have heard of him. Some of you haven't. He's been around forever, and he's a very good trader. He was recently being interviewed, and he goes, "We're in a bubble, but there's more bubble to be had." And that being the case, you might as well participate while you can until that bubble's over, and you'll know when it's over. But that's a hard thing to do, because days like today come around and you get these vicious pullbacks and then giant bounces and vicious pullbacks. Holding the trade of the week. The trade of the week is still working well for me. Cash. I don't know if I can do cash 2 weeks in a row. I'm gonna have to try and find something. Might be ARQQ. Honestly, it might have giant bounce. Might be UAVS. Oversold. Very well could be. See how it closes. So that's not the best looking chart because it's below a lot of moving averages, but we'll see. This ARQQ is a vicious one. Would you show us an example of a black swan? A black swan could be to the negative side, of course. A black swan could be a really, really bad geopolitical act of war that nobody saw coming, that's really bad. It could be a collapse, like in the past, long-term capital, research long-term capital. That was something nobody had ever freaking heard of. And all of a sudden, this giant fund was over-leveraged and blew up. And then 2 other firms blew up. And then all of a sudden, the leverage of the derivatives out there, it is a house of cards and the tinder is lit and you don't even see it coming. That could be a very real black swan. Over-leveraged derivatives finally imploding. That's my biggest fear. You could have a geo earthquake that nobody can predict. The West Coast has been on watch for earthquakes with all the seismic activity in Alaska and all around. And those are the kind of things that can come up. The black swan is undefinable. You can't predict it. If you could say what it was, then it's not a black swan by definition. So there you go. The indicators on the 13-minute chart, I think you mean a 15-minute chart. It's only two. It's the 130. Look how that 130 ARQQ was slammed at 130. This is why I use this indicator. Tells me the sellers are in control right there. And the 10 SMA is a momentum. So after the sellers dominated at the 5-day moving average, they showed their strength again by saying, no, we have more to sell. Couldn't get back above the 10 SMA. Those are the only two indicators I use. Now that it's flip-flopped and changed lanes here above the 10 SMA, and the 10 SMA starting to curl, well, now it's probably a straight shot up to retest this again somehow, some way. It's simple as that. That's how I look at things. Yeah, the worst thing that'll happen, and Andy and I joke about, is called the thief in the night, where the market, something happens over the weekend, black swan, market gaps down, 3%, and then starts trading down 4 or 5%. Doesn't even give you a bounce, doesn't even give you a chance to get out. I've been in those, and there's nothing worse than being loaded up on risk when the rug is pulled and everybody's running for the exit at the same time. That's a horrible feeling. And I will take cash over risking having to deal with anything like that. Again, because this was a tell. What happened last week with that stupid post, this tells you how nervous the market is. That giant downdraft in one day, everybody's feeling that same nervousness. So all it takes is one black swan to kick the legs out, and we're opening up down here on Monday. Or example, Monday, it could be any day. Go look at the red through my tickers now. I showed you that we had the stupid little algo trick where they take out the previous high, look for the liquidity, and reverse. Probably come back down to here now. And it's a day trader's market. Yeah, I mean, if you were a market maker, you have to look and see where, well, we're in an air pocket. We're in a void right now. All the buyers are down there at 600. All right, let's get it back down to 600. And that's where the buyers are. And that's just how it has to work. There's no real, conspiracy, or it's just the ebb and flow of the current consensus. And the current consensus is half bullish, half bearish. And they're just tug of warring up here. Yeah, the options scans are limited with volume only. I get it. It's a new feature, and that's tough right now because the focuses are on the mining machine type development. The indicator setting, I go right click indicator, and then you look for simple moving average simple. You click that, and then one of mine is if I go to edit, you'll see one of mine is a 10 SMA and one of mine is a 130 SMA. I'm not using a VWAP. I don't know why that's there. It's there if I want it. If we get back to that 50-day, then just watch out. Be careful. Yeah. See where I have that line? That line is now lining up perfectly to the low of the Trump tweet, post, whatever. And now the rising 50-day SMA, that horizontal is a price alert, which tells me in any given moment, if we hit that, pay real attention to what the market's doing because we're at a major inflection point. Options expiration is today, isn't it? Third Friday of the month. Okay, so that makes even more sense as to why we're getting this shit. Who knows? I'm with you, 3 Sharp. I mean, even if I did have the money, I'd be like, do I really want to hold anything over the weekend? It's just so much more comfy in cash. go out there and do yard work. I don't have to think about anything. I wonder how this is going to open up on Monday. Did I buy too much? Should I have sold? Just take it all out of the equation, reset, and Monday morning you have a whole fresh new banquet you can sort through. All right, guys, I'll be here another 5 or 10 minutes, 10 minutes probably. God, that UAVS is sweet, especially if it closes back up here around 220. If it does that, it might be the trade of the week, and I might be buying it pre-market Monday. Funhouse. Yeah, I keep the first 2 hours of today, I just kept slamming into the mirrors face first. Gave away all my traded capital that I had left over. I came in pretty heavy short with the QQQD, which took up a lot of buying power for today. And once I ditched that, I tried to nuance a few things and nothing worked. But gosh, this still looks like such an interesting setup. It's just kind of hate, a little bird in the hand there. I wouldn't be surprised. We're one headline away from just another bad downdraft, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I don't want to be a part of it. That's just what my spidey senses are telling me. And the money machine's not really providing any fruit here. So, hello, net trade. This is the scan that it's all predicated off that I'm using for this setting. And it's, sorting on change, from the close so that when it comes down, it's going to be right at the 5-day moving average like this. Oh, look at this. I'm going to get rid of this one, flatten, and then hope that VIAV is what the dealer serves me next. Oh, I've already got VIAV. Okay, so I like this one. I like the way that's set up there. So I'm going to click my target. See how that pulled way back to the blue line. That's the whole intent of this scan. Pull back and then find support at the 5-day moving average, buy it. And the reason I built this was for newer traders who want to play around with it in sim mode. You're going to find some decent results. You're not going to get in trouble. The way you're going to get in trouble is starting to buy momentum, the momentum chaser, the action. I'm buying new highs. Well, when you buy new highs, sometimes the bids drop on you pretty quickly and you get stopped out. And the stops start to add up and get frustrating. So that's how it decides to pick. It's using this scan that I just dropped. And then as long as there's a new symbol in there, I can have up to 5 symbols. And then I quickly come in and I define my risk and reward and stop, etc. It would be cool to remember your settings from one stock to another, high, low, close. I'm not sure I understand. Oklo above and near the VWAP. When I look at I don't use VWAP as my go-to primary, but I'll pull it up and use it a lot to analyze a secondary layer of something. But I only see 2 days of pullback. Today's day 3. We're trapped under this 5-day moving average. I'm not, and plus, God, the move it's had it's doubled. So, yep. Okay, good. You found it. All right, great, Darga. 2 more questions. Bring them. I'll stick around for your 2 more questions. Or did I miss questions? Oh, here we go. How much time do you spend preparing on the weekend? You know, I spend so much time staring at the market during the week that I'm creating a lot of price alerts and future ideas using the price alerts. You know, right click, if Oklo breaks above there, right click, price alert. Okay, I want to. So it's not so much during the weekend that I'm sitting down and like looking and doing homework. I'm just kind of collectively analyzing everything that I've done during the week. But setting price alerts keeps me prepared for the next week. So like you heard me kind of mumble already, as we get closer to the close, you know, I'm watching a lot of things closely. You know, the trade of the week isn't some magic goose that I pull up, although the first thing I pull up usually is Andy's Trader's Eye. If I don't have an idea of my own, I'll pull up his eye homework, and there's usually some good ideas on there, and I'll sift through those, and that takes me 20 minutes. No, I don't want that. Hold on. Let me get that. Come on, guys. Okay, homework version 2. Okay, it's a nifty little homework, and if you don't have it, I will share it now. But what I was getting at is if I don't have a couple of ideas in my own mind, I'm like, yeah, I don't really know what I'm thinking about. Some weeks I do, some weeks I don't. I'll go there and start looking for setups. I'll look for something that's consolidating, that's in a nice trend. But I'm also writing the trade of the week. So to answer your question, maybe an hour, no more than an hour on the weekend. So most of the preparing, like I said, is done by setting price alerts during the current week. How do I build an edge? I build an edge. The only way to build an edge is to be contrarian. Because if you're chasing the herd, you don't have an edge. So to me, I'm always kind of looking to either one, be anticipatory. Like I'll do that a lot. If I see something, consolidating under a key level, under a VWAP level or a 5-day moving average, and I can just feel from my experience, this thing wants to go. Well, I'm not going to wait for it to go. And that's something, of course, that's developed over time. But the one thing that you can control to try and help give you an edge, a couple things, is be contrarian in your entries and exit. When the stock is breaking out and ripping, you're like, oh my God, look at that green candle. You should be taking some off. Literally, you should be paying yourself at that moment, because that moment's not going to last forever. And how many times you've looked back and gone, oh my God, I wish I sold someone who was up there. Well, do it. So that's contrarian on the exit. If you can find a way to always be one step ahead of the herd, that's your edge. If you're a football fan, how does a wide receiver get an edge? He tries to fake out the running back with a step and a head fake and then a comeback to the ball, and he's trying to create separation. That's his edge. You're trying to create separation from what is the obvious, and chasing momentum and breakouts is the obvious. You need to find a way to either be positioned and anticipate what's coming with consolidation, or find levels of pullbacks that are interesting, like this, VIAV. I built this scan for a reason. This is a stock that if you bought up here, oh my God, it broke out. Let's go. Why is it crashing on me? Okay, I'll buy more. Okay, here we go. Oh no, why? Why me? Why is it always me? I can't take it anymore. Give it up. Well, you're waiting right here as a buyer, and that's your edge. Select active account. Yeah, I'm going to turn the money machine off so we can just actually go into the menu now. I only have one account. All right. Now, see, somebody asked me this the other day. You'll notice TI Paper Trading, TI Paper Trading, Money Machine, TI Paper Trading. Now, if I wanted to, I could go to what's called the account tab. Where is that? Account tab. I can see I've only got one account. I can right click and create a whole new simulated trading account. Maybe call it Money Machine 2 or whatever you want to do. But from there, you want to make sure that they're in sync. You've got this one lined up with the Money Machine. Another thing you can do, staying alive, is not chase things in the first half an hour of the morning. If you're watching something that you were thinking about buying and you see that it's being jammed down, you're like, oh my God, look at that vicious selling on the open. Well, usually that's the market makers, driving it down and then creating liquidity, and it's a good trade by the end of the day. So number one, you don't want to use market stop loss orders to get you out of a bad position because they're going to hit you and find you. Number two, it's very hard to chase those green candles on the open because they often reverse. So whatever the first 30-minute color is, maybe think the opposite for the rest of the day. Keep that in mind. I'm trying to think of a good visual example of anticipating, but I can't think of one offhand. Yes, it is nerve-wracking. That's why it's so hard. The easy thing to do is to wait for it to feel safe, but that's what everybody else is doing. And you'll just notice they program the machines to be contrarian. That's how the machines are making money. All right, Michelle, I hope that makes sense before I go. You can go to New Accounts tab. This is your simulated trading account. If you want to add one more, that just complicates it. I don't know if you want to do that, but it should be in here. It should be in here. There's actually 3 spots, and it'll all do it by default if you only have one. And then this is your account that's tied to the Money Machine and the Brokerage Plus. All right, so Oklo on watch. Here's an example maybe. Yes, I can't even use that as an example. I still see it could go either way. Again, staying alive, that first half hour of the morning is so volatile. Try not to chase things or get scared out of things. Especially if you can, look for things that are, jamming down, like ARQQ today. Perfect example. Big down day 2 days ago, big giant down day yesterday. Today's the 3rd day. Look at what they did on the open. All right, they tried to lure people in with a gap, and then they just slammed everybody down. Those are all stops being run. And then the reversal. This is what you have to be aware of on the open. So it's very easy to be early. Ah, dang, there goes UAVS. I want to be in this. Damn it. All right. I got to run, everybody. So Barry's off. I'm going to shut the room down essentially. So have a good weekend, and talk to you guys next time. Bye-bye.